Just a thunderstorm warning out for it as it approaches Cooper. There have been storm spotter reports of a lowering at the appropriate place of this storm to see that maybe it's trying to form at least a funnel cloud. It's right now just a threat of large hail that's going into Delta County. But I know you've already had a tornado warning out earlier today, and now another storm approaching you that is also having a lot of lightning. The stronger thunderstorm stretches back over by the lake. That's one that is over McKinney. This is in Collin County till 6:30, and we were saying that this one seems to be tracking more towards Burrow and Hendricks, crossing I-30 over in Hunt County as opposed to Rockwall. But you can see that the warning does not include Rockwall. This is another one we'll have to watch over by Lake Louisville. This is kind of a second storm to affect this area, and it is trying to get organized over by Louisville. It's going over some area that's already been worked a little bit, so I think it's going to struggle to try to get anywhere. And as McKenna was saying, this has been the strongest thunderstorm, this one that is over by parts of Erath and Glen Rose and Toller. This has a lot of lightning and a lot of widespread hail that's probably in 1-inch size, and continues to pump out the hail. I mean, the hail core on this has been rather persistent. We'll show you the path of it, and you can see it picked up in Palo Pinto and now crossed the county line in Erath and is now trying to get into Somerville County. So this has been going on for a while out there with the hail threat, whereas these others are, kind of newly minted, especially this one that's over by Lake Lavon, headed into the town of Lavon and Millwood. So McKenna, I guess we're going to have to watch every cell that develops for the rest of the afternoon, because they have enough energy to really get going, get organized, and get some hail going.
Jeff was just talking about the high dew points. We've seen dew points in some spots in the upper 70s. It's very muggy out there. And then, of course, we've got the heat. If you've been outside at any point today, you've noticed the heat, you've noticed the humidity, and those are just some of those primary ingredients to help ignite some of these storms and give them that fire that they need to turn severe. This one continues to weaken. That was that prior warned storm through portions of Denton County, but we've still got this warned storm through Collin County. We're going to continue to keep an eye on that one as it pushes into Hunt County and right out over the 30 corridor. But once again, Jeff was mentioning up here to our northeast, that is through portions of Delta County and continuing to work to the southeast. That has shown signs of upper level rotation. We had a tornado warning in that area a little bit earlier this afternoon. We have seen some upper level rotation. We have seen storm spotter reports and pictures of some of that rotation, not quite reaching the surface, but still a strong thunderstorm nonetheless. So one we will have to continue to watch. And then once again, it is down to our southwest portions of Erath County and really just to the southwest of Granbury, where we do have that strong hail core. This will move just east of Stephenville. Not quite as populated of an area, but still a strong storm nonetheless, where we've seen upwards of ping pong to golf ball sized hail right through that area. I'm going to continue to watch this one closely here, just because of how high that population is in that area right through Collin County. We've still got that cell that is severe warned, that is tracking generally southeasterly 15 to 20 miles per hour with that severe hail. And you'll notice that core is trying to kind of pick back up. I think that's the most significant hail core we've seen with that cell here in just the last couple of radar scans. It's moving right out over Colioca and Branch and maybe pulling in some of that moisture from the lake there. But that is quite the hail core at this point with that storm. Again, over a fairly populated area. That's 2 inches in diameter, egg-sized hail right through that region, moving toward Copeville, Nevada, Millwood, Burrow, and in toward Royce City. Places like Caddo Mills, that'll be a spot to watch. Hendricks, and as that continues into Hunt County. Jeff's throwing a tracker on that. You'll notice Lavon Shores Estates. You're now looking at 6:14, so that's the next 30 seconds or so. Clear Lake, you're looking at 6:19. Lavon Beach Estates, 6:20, just a couple of minutes before that arrives. Pebble Beach Sunset Acres looking at 6:21. New Mesquite, 6:23. Little Ridge, 6:24. Deepwater Point Estates, 6:26. Copeville, 6:27. And Nevada, you're looking at about 6:39 with that cell. Again, it's very isolated. It's just kind of off on its own, but it does have a very unstable air mass around it. That heat and that humidity humidity. And then back off to our northeast, that Delta County storm that is continuing to move southeast. That severe thunderstorm warning has now been extended into Hopkins County. This is until 7:15. So for the next hour, it's a slow mover. So that is a warning in effect for quite some time. This is for hail, and we're also watching frequent lightning. We've got heavy rains with these storms. They do have quite a bit of moisture, but that large hail right through that area moving over Rattan, Price, Cooper, Antioch, it's going to just move, looks like really just northeast of that area. This is our velocity scan, kind of trying to pick up some of those storm winds. We've seen some upper level rotation with that cell, but it doesn't look like we're seeing anything real tight that would push that down to the surface. It's an area to watch because, as we've mentioned, we have seen that tornado warning through Delta County, back south of Paris, just within the last 2 hours or so. So a spot to watch, certainly, as that continues to move to the southeast. That is a very strong storm. It has frequent lightning with it. And even with these storms that are not severe warned, there's still things to keep in mind and be mindful of because they do still carry hail. This one just north of Bonham, you can see, has a little bit of a hail core. Although not severe warned, it is still a strong thunderstorm. And then, Jeff, can we go ahead and take a look at the hail core once again? That hail size over Collin County, it looks like that's still got a fairly decent hail core just to the southeast of McKinney, moving right out over the lake there. So you'll notice that core, that pink there, Branch, Copeville, Little Ridge, Nevada. This is real close. So golf ball sized hail right in the core of that cell. So keep that in mind. This is a very highly populated area that is moving through Collin County. This is going to continue to move into Hunt County. Hunt County is not included in that severe thunderstorm warning, but I wouldn't be surprised to see an extension of it unless we start to see signs that that cell is weakening. But thus far, that has really maintained that hail core. Clear Lake, Beverly Hill, Little Ridge, Deepwater Point Estates, Copeville, you're dealing with some of that large hail right now, and this continues to move. Places like Nevada, you'll start to see some of that hail very shortly. So that's going to be a thing to watch. Really just an isolated cell, as we've mentioned, just kind of off on its own, all out ahead of the cold front that we expect to arrive later this evening and bring that more widespread severe weather threat. Threats for very strong straight line wind damage, and then also for large hail. Primarily what we're watching this afternoon is that hail threat. We've still got a whole lot of that heating, and it looks like we've still got quite the hail core with that cell right through Collin County. This one back through Denton County, that was severe warned just about 30-45 minutes ago. That's weakened a whole lot. We're just dealing with rain right near Louisville, east of Louisville, and south of the Colony. Not dealing with much left in that area. Still some lightning there, but we're not looking at much in the way of hail at this point with that cell. So areas that we're going to continue to watch very closely over the next several hours, really. The rest of the region outside of this spotty activity, we've got a lot of spots that are dry. Tarrant County, most of Dallas County, still nice and dry at this point. That's not to say you won't see an isolated storm a little bit earlier in the evening. We'll watch it, but it's that threat for later tonight that we will see that more widespread severe weather threat. And you can see that back through the Texas Panhandle, back into places like Oklahoma. What Jeff's drawing here, we've got the dry line back through New Mexico, and we've got all of these storms that are firing off out ahead of that. And then north of there, we have a cold front that's moving through the Central Plains that will dive southward into the Southern Plains and bring us impacts here in North Texas as we head late tonight into the early overnight hours. Once again, timing for us generally going to be between about 9 and 1 o'clock tomorrow morning, 9 p.m. tonight and 1 o'clock tomorrow morning. This all heads our way. And we'll be looking at more of a squall line of storms. That's our expectation as we head through this evening. So running into a very unstable air mass, we have instability in place, a lot of it. And we've got that heat, that humidity that helps to really increase that instability in the atmosphere. And that's what we are seeing. So once again, this storm activity is all firing off out ahead of it, really without much of a lifting mechanism just yet. The cold front will provide that. And then back through the Texas Panhandle, just in the last last couple of hours. You'll notice all of those red boxes toward places like Amarillo, where we've seen tornado warnings and a couple of confirmed tornadoes in that area. So once again, something to be very mindful of the rest of this evening. We will keep you apprised of all of these updates, and as this cold front comes in on our CBS News Texas stream here, and then of course we've got our show a little bit later this evening where we'll bring you updates there as well. But I fully anticipate bringing you up to date on the stream before then, and then this will continue into those early overnight hours. So there's that next check of the radar. Once again, we've got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings around the region. Dallas, Tarrant counties, you're in the clear for right now. We've got that one severe warned storm moving into Hunt County out of Collin County. We do still have some severe sized hail with that one. We've got that strong storm that is just to our northeast. This is moving out of Delta County and then down to the southwest. Erath County still dealing with a strong storm in that area as well. That'll brush just to the east of Stephenville. So we will bring you updates throughout the evening. Keep us pulled up on the CBS News Texas stream. If you see warnings in your area, you can find us here and we'll walk you through those threats as we get through the rest of tonight. That rotating down toward the surface, just close to Bagby. How quickly is that moving, Jeff?
Let's look it up. I apologize. I was trying to figure out if that rotation is extending up higher in the atmosphere. Maybe that would be the reason that we're getting such a successful formation here out of a very small storm, but it is moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. Okay, so that is tracking southeast. This is moving out of Fannin County, and this will head toward places in portions of Lamar County. So you'll notice Bagby 721. So it's not far from you. And in fact, give or take a couple of minutes with this, it really isn't far. Dial, you're looking at 726. Lide Crossing, you're looking at 730. And Pecan Gap, you're looking at 739. Once again, this is a tornadic warned storm. In fact, a confirmed tornado has come from this thunderstorm cell. So this is something to be especially mindful of. If you are in the path of this warning, you want to make sure you are in that interior room, lowest level of the house. No exterior walls, no windows. That is the safest spot to be in through the duration of this warning. Once again, that is pushing right toward Bagby. We've got some large hail with this. You can see that in the pink there, quite the hail core over Windham, Flag Springs, and headed toward Bagby, Dial, Lide Crossing there. And then again, that area of rotation that we're keeping a very close eye on. This will head toward Bagby in the next 8 to 10 minutes here as that continues its southeastward track about 15 miles per hour. Again, that is that purple box, that confirmed tornado warning. This is up to our north through Fannin County and headed into Lamar County. So this is up along the Red River, but taking that southeastward trajectory. It's that one warning that we're watching right now. This is all out ahead of what's to come a little bit later this evening as a cold front moves out of the central plains and into the southern plains and brings us that more widespread severe weather threat. Right now, it's a more isolated severe weather threat. We've got that rotation. Really, I think we're seeing a little bit of rotation right close to Bagby and then a little bit of that too right close to Flat Prairie as well. Yeah, I'm going to have to look up a little bit higher in the atmosphere even. I think this is a rotation way above the storm, way above the surface, 12,000 feet. But this thing there's so much instability in the atmosphere that even though the low-lying winds are not that conducive to forming tornadoes, it is literally taking this energy and throwing it up into the air. So I think you're right, Ken. I think it's right around Bagby at this time. And so Pleasant Grove and Pecan Gap would be in kind of in the path of it. If it follows down into the storm like a stovepipe directly down, but it is moving slowly, so there's a better chance of that the rotation is stacked right from up down to towards the surface. But for us, because this is again in that Doppler site, the Doppler dead zone we call it, where the radars, every radar they can look at is pretty far away. We are even at the lowest levels at 11,000 feet. So we know it's a tornado from ground truth. They have seen this tornado on the ground. So it must be somewhere around here by Bagby. And so that's Lide Crossing, Pecan Gap, and Pleasant Grove. It's really hard to tell the exact placement because of the distance from the radar, but the tornado warning does go to 7:30. I do think it's more in Fannin County than, I know the warning does include Lamar, but I really think it's Fannin County that's going to be under the gun here because it's going to go across the county line and then get right back into the Delta County. Because Delta County has already had, one tornado warning and then 2 thunderstorm warnings
at least. Yeah, I think we've seen 1 or 2 tornado warnings through that area.
This is the 4th storm.
Right, just in the last couple of hours. In fact, we're talking just after 4 o'clock, and we've seen that series. We do have confirmation from emergency management in Fannin County. They had sights on that funnel cloud. They say it's lifted, but the concern will be that it touches back down as this storm continues to move down to the east-southeast. So that'll be something to watch. What we'll hope for is that this storm will weaken a bit As Jeff was walking you through, this is not an area that's real conducive to tornadic development, but nonetheless, we've seen those winds, that shear, just strong enough to help kind of fire up that rotation right in this area. That's the path that it's taking. So it looks like it'll just skirt Ladonia there, and that purple box, you are in the line of fire as this continues to move down to the southeast. So this is south of Honey Grove and headed toward and just north of Ladonia and in toward portions of Delta and let's see, we've got Delta and what's this? What's the county just to the south of there, Jeff? Where am I looking? There we go. Okay, so Delta County right in its path. There we go. As
it looks like it has unwound a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think we're seeing some broadening of the rotation there, which would confirm what emergency management said. They saw the funnel start to lift. We've got quite the hail core right there, though.
Yeah, this is it's a strangely shaped storm because of the way the wind field at the lower levels just is not encouraging it much. But it is one of those where, so usually you get the hail core, the lightning, the hail core, and then the tornado. This one is going to be get the tornado and then the hail core. But we don't. I'm going to go with the ground truth, which actually triggered the confirmed tornado warning, and say that I think it's lifted at this time. And looking at the rotation, it looks like it's lifted at this time. We continue to stress how far we up are in the atmosphere, because that's the remnants of that rotation that went right over Bagby and going into crossing there and headed into Pecan Gap just across the county line. So that rotation is all but gone in the latest scan now, though, McKenna. Look at this new one over by the hail core, though. Do you see it?
Yeah, right that there. That
could just be the updraft.
East of Burnett. Yep.
Yeah, that could be just the updraft. Because, again, we're looking 9,000 feet up. And that would be more associated with the hail core itself. So you can see when we just look over at the hail core, that's walnut-sized hail, and it's probably bigger than that because we're looking so high up into the atmosphere. But there is some signature in so this is just two of the CC products they combined, and it's in the now, where the VIL, like we've explained before, is an algorithm, and it takes a minute or two to get to the conclusion of what the size of the hail is. But this doesn't really tell us what size the hail is. It just says that in the moment we think the hail is right here. So looking at the structure of the storm, what was left of the rotation would probably at this point be further down towards the southeast of that. But we'll change it over to reflectivity, and you can see what I mean, that the rotation and the inflow, all that is gone. So whatever rotation there is more related to, I believe, the updraft. A lot of lightning there, and some hail. But look how the size of the storm itself. Yeah. I mean, this is a small storm with a lot of punch.
Yeah. Absolutely, and we've seen that in this area. As Jeff was talking, we've seen this through portions of Delta County, portions of Lamar County, south of Paris, just a little bit earlier this afternoon. I want to zoom out and kind of orient you with what we've got going on. It's very spotty storm activity. In fact, we had one just dissipate just out of Collin County here in the last couple of minutes. That was prior severe warned. It is back off to our northwest, where we've got quite the cluster and quite the Boeing line of storms trying to form. And notice a tornado warning in this area. So this is well to the northwest of our area. This includes places like Knox County in Texas. We've got another tornado warning just to the south of there along that short line at this point. It's 150 miles from the Metroplex. So it's still a couple of hours away, but this is what's to come. And it's what's starting to form out ahead of the cold front that starts to dive southward and into North Texas. So this is all headed our way. This will push in toward places like Young County, toward places like Graham very first. It's our northwest and western counties that will see this first, and then this continues into the Metroplex thereafter. So we're generally talking, I think for the Metroplex, we're looking at 10 o'clock and afterward for us as that continues to move to the east-southeast. But it's already starting to pack a punch. Yeah, it's
just
starting.
Literally in the last 15 minutes. Look at all those cells now coming together. So it's coming to fruition.
Several warnings, yeah.
You know, this is exactly what we thought, McKenna, is that those individual clusters would form a line, and the squall line would start to gather and head towards us. I don't want to bother us right now with its forward motion, and the reason for that is it will change. As soon as it lines up it develops its own environment. We have to let it line up, and then we'll get a little bit better handle. But right now, I'm thinking around 40 miles an hour, the line is going to be moving. So that puts it, like McKenna was saying, between 10 and 11 o'clock here, maybe closer to 11. This thing, again, is the leading edge of the northern part of it from the DFW airport's 160 miles. Even if it was moving at 40 miles per hour, that's 4 hours from now. So, you know, that we're talking about 11:20. So it might take a while for this thing to get here, but already producing tornado warnings with it, McKenna, already.
Yeah.
So
we have a lot of instability across North Texas and, of course, back off to the northwest of us as well. And that's going to pick up on all of that. And then we have that lift in the form of the cold front that arrives. I want to check in one more time on this cell up to the northeast of us. This is coming out of Fannin County and headed in toward Delta County. That's that purple box you see there. At one point, we had a confirmation that there was a tornado on the ground. I want to take a look at the velocity scan one more time there. And it looks like it does continue to weaken. Not looking at much in the way of rotation there. How long is that warning in effect for, Jeff? That
is till 7:30, so
Okay.
only about another 9 minutes. I think they'll allow it
Let
to
that
drop.
expire. Yeah.
That's what all these cells have been doing, though, McKenna.
Right.
Up there, you know, without that lower level support,
Yeah.
they just can't. They'll suspend that vorticity way up in the atmosphere, but there's just nothing feeding it up from the bottom after that. So it gets that little pulse going, the vorticity gets all the way up, boom, you got a tornado. But without the lower level support, it cannot sustain itself. And you can see what happened to the rotation just in that 10-minute period after the warning. I mean, it fell apart. So that tells me that we'll have to watch every cell that forms in this area. There's just enough east wind to get rotation going out here. Even
just for those quick tornadoes, those can still do a lot of damage. And what that also tells us for a little bit later, Jeff's mentioning that lower level support, we will have that later. That's as that cold front moves in, and that provides all of that lift. That pushes all of that warm, moist air up in the atmosphere, and it replaces it with cold air down at the surface. That is going to create that lifting mechanism needed to help really fire up these thunderstorms. That is quite the hail core that is with that tornadic warning storm. This is back off to the northwest of us, just south of Vernon, Texas, just south of the Red River. So again, it's still a couple of hours before it makes it here, but that is that line that we are going to keep a very close eye on, because that is what is part of what will bring us the impacts a little bit later this evening. Again, for the Metroplex, we're generally looking at 10, 11, and midnight tonight as that starts to arrive. It's first in our northwestern counties. So we're going to keep a close eye on this. We will continue to watch it. I'm going to give you that wide view one more time and show you what that cell activity looks like across North Texas. Notice it's very isolated activity, significant weakening with that tornadic warned cell through Fannin County. I think we'll see that expire here in the next 7 minutes. We've got that cell moving out of Erath County down to the southwest of us there, and that is headed into Bosque County. So you'll notice there's a severe thunderstorm warning there. I think we've got quarter-sized hail with that cell as that continues its southeastward motion. And then outside of that, it's a couple of isolated pockets of light rain. Not much to worry about for Dallas and Tarrant counties and most of the Metroplex. Really in the clear at this point, but not from what's to come later. That will bring us that significant severe threat. That's when we're expecting that widespread severe weather threat. We have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect for all of North Texas for tonight. And as far as that Storm Prediction Center outlook goes, we're looking at a 4 out of 5 threat for severe thunderstorms, which is the highest threat we have seen in more than 2 years here. So it is certainly a time frame to remain weather aware as we get into these evening hours. Make sure you're identifying those safe spots in your home. So if you come under a tornado warning, you know you want to get to that lowest level of the house, no exterior walls, no windows, that interior room. And you want to think similarly for that very strong wind threat that we're expecting a little bit later, 80 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts. Get to that center room of the home, away from the windows. There's that wind threat as we head into this evening. That pink there, that's that incredibly high wind threat. This is the significant wind threat you'll notice there in the blue, and that does include just about all of the Metroplex and a great portion of North Texas. Very highly populated areas. This is that overall severe weather threat. So once again, we're talking strong wind damage. We're also talking the threats for very large hail, 2 inches in diameter and larger. We do still have the tornadic threat. It's not as great as that strong wind threat, but it is there, and it is something that we will be watching very closely. All of the North Texas region is under some level of significant severe weather threat this evening, and there is that line starting to form as the cold front starts to move to the south. So we will keep you up to date on our CBS News Texas stream. We are going to bring you updates throughout the evening as we watch this line head our way and as we get warnings. So you can find us here and then over on Channel 11. We've got the Tony Awards going on this evening. We will break in if needed over programming as tornado warnings come through or those very strong wind warnings. Tony's wrap up at 10, and we're thinking most of the threat for the Metroplex arrives just after that. So that's something that we will watch very closely. But once again, you can find us here on the CBS News Texas stream throughout the evening, and we'll bring you those updates as this line continues to dive right into our area. Guys. McKenna King. We want to give you a radar update and just walk you through these warnings. We expect they'll continue to be extended and new warnings will be issued as time goes on. But this is the formation of that line that we're starting to see across North Texas. This is as a cold front is moving into North Texas. And you'll notice all of these storms, we've kind of got this Boeing line along the Red River, and we've got this line starting to form, stretching from places like Young County back through Abilene. Notice all of these blinking boxes there. That's that light orange, that peach color flashing to the black. Those are destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. We start to see those when those wind gusts are in excess of 70 miles per hour. So you'll notice that for Stevens County, threat has not quite arrived in Stevens County. It's just on the border there. This is starting to move into Young County, and this is going to head into Stevens County with those very strong straight line wind gusts. And then we've also got some large hail inside this as well. So this is something we're going to have to watch closely, not only for these areas in those warnings, but also as this continues to move off to the east and down to the southeast the next several hours. We still haven't seen the impacts to the Metroplex just yet as this moves into a very populated area. Of course, we've been talking all evening about these threats for very strong winds as we get through the rest of tonight. So this pushes closer to the Metroplex 10, 11 o'clock tonight and then continues to the southeast. You'll notice this is that latest radar scan over the last 30 minutes or so. We've got that severe thunderstorm warning up to the north that extends down south into places like Decatur. So that's Wise County there, Denton. This is Denton County. And then we've got warnings up along the Red River as well. Those extend until 10 o'clock tonight. But again, downstream, we will anticipate additional warnings from these very strong winds moving through this area. We also have quite the hail core. This is right close to Bowie. And notice this area is all warned by those severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got meteorologist Jeff right here as well. What he's drawing here, that's somewhat of a Boeing line stretching from Bowie back toward Gainesville, and that is very strong winds. So this pushes towards Smyrna by about 9:15. So in the next 30 seconds here, Roston 9:16, New Harp 9:17, Era you're looking at 9:18, Sunset 9:19, Leo 9:20, Lois 9:24, Valley View 9:24, Greenwood 9:26, and of course, as that continues to move to the south, that is going to move into even higher populated areas as it pushes closer to the Metroplex. You can see where some of those brightest colors are. That's where we are seeing some of those strongest winds. So we're seeing some of that back close to Gainesville and right close to Gainesville and Wrightsboro, right where you see kind of that Boeing segment of the line. That is right out ahead of Gainesville there, close to Custer City, Callisburg, Oak Ridge, Woodbine. That's where we're starting to see some of those very strong wind gusts, 61 miles per hour right near Custer City. And look at that 72 mile per hour wind gusts. This is just to the northwest of Oak Ridge. Those are very strong winds. And when you're getting winds that high, think of just that wall of winds hitting something. You want to be away from windows. And of course, in a setup like this, hopefully the cars are not parked under trees, things like that. Things to take note of if you live downstream of these warnings. No parking under trees this evening, as these strong winds will have the potential to take down branches, and if they get strong enough, can take down power lines and trees. You can see that Boeing segment there once again stretching from Custer City through Oak Ridge back toward Cook and Gainesville. Woodbine, you are in the immediate threat. Those winds are pushing right your way, and you're likely already starting to pick up on some of those gusts. Lake Kiowa there. This is headed toward you, places like Collinsville. This is all moving southeasterly. Whitesboro, you're going to start to see some of these strong winds. Again, east-southeastward movement as this line starts to form. So it's along the Red River, but we also have those very strong winds. As we zoom out, kind of orient you where we're looking at things, we've got Dallas and Tarrant counties down to the south of there, and then we have that line of storms back off to our west as well. Jeff, what are you looking at here?
Well, the same area that we've been talking about where those bright greens, they're going to issue a new warning out for that because they think the winds are now up to 80 miles an hour. As we were fearing here earlier today and even yesterday that these storms would have the capability of putting out 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts at the surface. Yeah. And the new warning coming out is because of the signature that McKenna just pointed out. We have this bright green that is going on, showing over by Oak Ridge, soon into Woodbine. in Callisburg. This is going to head right into Whitesboro, Collinsville, and Macomb. You can see it's even in this last scan, McKenna, getting a little bit better organized.
And we want to remind people, too, as Jeff is mentioning, those 80+ mile per hour winds, that will start to activate those emergency alerts on your cell phones. So you may start to hear those if you're in the path of that warning, if you live up along the Red River or just immediately to the south of there. So what do you want to do in this type of setup? This is not a tornado warning, but we're talking incredibly strong winds. So in this situation, what's most important is that you do get to that interior room of your house. That's similar to a tornado warning. If you live in an apartment building, things of that sort, it's not as important that you get right down to that lowest level in a wind threat like this, but that interior room is the best place to be. You want to be away from windows in a wind event like this, because if those winds, that wall of winds hits those windows strong enough, that can blow the windows out. And you're likely starting to hear the activation of those cell phone warnings here now. That is that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Once again, that Boeing line right out of Gainesville. This is Cross 35. That is packing 80+ mile per hour wind gusts down at the surface. That's kind of that burst of winds. And you can see right where that line is there. Once again, this is just immediately east of Gainesville, headed into Woodbine right now, Lake Kiowa right now, and then toward Collinsville, Burns City, Ethel, Macomb. This is all headed your way. Whitesboro, Sadler, Dixie, Balm, likely still some strong winds there too. Not quite as strong as what we're seeing back close to Custer City, but still very gusty winds. This continues into Dixie, Sadler, Southmaid, Macomb, I mentioned, Collinsville. This is all something to be very mindful of downstream as this continues to move off to the east and down to the southeast. That is that destructive severe thunderstorm warning where you see that peach polygon that's kind of flashing that black. That's upgraded from our regular severe thunderstorm warning, which we have when we've got wind gusts at least 60+ miles per hour with hail at least the size of a quarter. Once it starts flashing that black and peach color, that's when we've got winds in excess of 70 miles per hour. And in this situation, we have those winds 80+ miles per hour just east of Gainesville. It's right in that Boeing line, moving east-southeast, about 40 miles per hour. So Lake Kiowa, 921. You have 2 minutes here before those strongest winds make it to you. Shady Grove, 924. Whitesboro, 926. Burns City, 928. Collinsville, 928. Macomb, 931. You've got about 10 minutes there for Macomb. Maid, 934. Ethel, 935. Thorne, 938. And Southmaid, 939. And this is headed into higher populations as this continues to move to the southeast. That's going to impact a good portion of people. Sherman, you're also in the path of this eventually as this continues downstream. So this is an area that we'll have to watch very closely, that Boeing line there. Jeff, how are we looking back off to the west of us, those additional destructive severe thunderstorm warnings that we were keeping an eye on? This
is the one that is over in Stevens County, the destructive one till 9:30. And I'll change it over to reflectivity out of DIAS or the velocity data, and you can see these bright greens right here. If I change it over reflectivity, you can see the leading edge. There it is. It's a little ragged because of all the winds that are getting kicked out from the higher levels and rushing down to the surface now. There's also an outflow boundary, which is going to lessen the hail risk, but not the wind risk. We're going to have these thunderstorms come in very loudly into Breckenridge. Again, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. We don't often get these when there are severe thunderstorm warnings, and it's because we think there's maybe 80 mile per hour winds coming out of this. I'll change it back over to velocity and sample some of these really bright greens, and these are some samplings from the winds, for the radar out of DIAS, and you can see there's 60 and 50 mile per hour winds that are shown above the surface, but they come rushing down, picking up momentum the whole way, so they could even be stronger by the time they hit the ground. Another way we can look at that is just to see if any of the shear is being picked up by some of the algorithms that are looking into this storm as well. I don't see that as of yet, but this whole line really starting to take shape. Again, this is still out to the west of DFW. I mean, this is good 100 miles out to the west. In fact, if you live in the DFW area, get outside and look to the west. You'll probably see the lightning show coming from these thunderstorms that are approaching from the west. But we have another area of very powerful storms and another destructive warning out. This is for Grayson County and parts of Cook County. That one is until 10 o'clock, the destructive one till 9:45. And if I change over to reflectivity on this one, again, look at the bright greens. I'll have to take off the lightning here, and you can see the winds coming out from the storm on the leading edge of we've been warning you about. This is the areas that we'd be watching. And there's the latest scan, and there is sampling of some winds getting in the 70-mile-per-hour range. Again, this is just off the surface. The winds are dropping just like this ahead of the storm, and they're picking up momentum. So what we're sampling is like up here, and they're still to hit the ground here, and this whole time they're still accelerating. So this could be some powerful winds now crossing the county line into Grayson County. And we can see in the bright whites, that leading edge, that is where the strongest winds are. It is right as the storms are approaching you. It may be the high winds, you can hear them approaching, but the heavy rain's not even there yet. You're certainly hearing the storm because of the tremendous lightning that's going on. So you're hearing the thunder, and this comes in first with just a gush of wind, and then you are in a torrential rain, and you are like in a washing machine, because when winds get this strong at the surface, they start tumbling, and as soon as the leading edge passes, there is all sorts of turbulence going on under this big rain that will be happening, maybe even some small hail with that risk. But this is some very impressive winds. We were very concerned because off the surface, about 18,000 feet, are these powerful winds coming out of the northwest, and these storms, as they raise up, and remember we talk about that right rear flank downdraft, that's the rotation of the storm going up and then down behind it. If it gets high enough, it taps into that wind and brings it down to the surface. That's what's happening. That's why we're seeing these tremendous winds coming out of this storm. And McKenna, I think
Jeff, they're upgrading it to Whitesboro. Wind speeds raised to 90 miles per hour.
Wow. So, I mean, we're already sampling stuff close to that, off the surface, 70. I remind you, this is off the surface at 6,000 feet. Mm-hmm. It's still accelerating. It's got another mile to drop and pick up more speed before it hits the ground. So this is that destructive wind, McKenna, we were warning everybody about.
This is where we're starting to see that Boeing line that Jeff is talking about there. Once again, Whitesboro, where the National Weather Service is issuing for those 90-plus-mile-per-hour winds. We're seeing reports already. There's Whitesboro there. You can see right where those strong winds are. We've already got reports through Callisburg that the power is out through a good portion of the town. So things like that will be expected as this continues to move downstream. That wall of winds can knock down power lines, can take down trees. These are all things to be mindful of. This is a threat where you do want to take shelter. Typically, we think of those tornadic warned storms and taking shelter in those situations. When you are talking straight line winds as strong as what we're watching, this can do just as much damage as a tornado can, and it can do more widespread damage than that as well. So notice right close to Whitesboro, we're seeing some of those strongest winds. This heads into Macomb, South Maid, Sadler, Gage, Ethel, Dorchester, eventually Elmview, Gunter, Howe, Sherman, Knollwood. Of course, moving into some fairly populated areas as this pushes close to Sherman. This is moving southeast about 40 to 45 miles per hour. Sadler, you're looking at 926, so that is moving into Sadler right now. Similar story for Collinsville. Macomb, 927. You've got 1 minute. Maid, you're looking at 929. Ethel, 931. We've got a confirmed. Has this in our area, Jeff, or is that north of the river? That's north of the river there.
Yeah.
I saw that purple box in it. It alarmed me a little.
That's up in Bryan, Oklahoma.
Okay, good. So this continues to move down to the southeast as we're talking. So this is for Grayson County, and this is moving out of Gainesville. The worst of the winds have passed by Gainesville. It's that Boeing segment right there. Once again, Jeff's throwing that tracker on there as this moves to the south, 40 miles per hour southeast. Maid, 929. 931 for Ethel. Thorne, you're looking at 933. South Maid, you're looking at 935. Tioga, you're looking at 936. 946, Elmview 941, Sperry 941, Dorchester 942, and Gunter, you are looking at 945. So it's about 20 minutes from you, give or take a couple of minutes as this storm picks up in speed and slows back down. This is a situation where you need to make sure that you are taking shelter. We have hail with this storm, but the greatest threat that we are watching is that very strong straight line wind threat. Once again, we're already getting word that we have power outages through the area. That's something that I'm watching with some of our radar products back here. We can keep an eye on those power outages. So we'll continue to watch that as this line continues to form and as this storm threat unfolds the rest of this evening. But Collinsville, you're starting to see some of those strong winds there, and these are going to head right into Sherman here quickly. This is all heavy rain too, and take a look at all of this lightning. This is a loud storm. This is really a lot of lightning that is moving through and moving along this line. So it's quite the light show, but of course you don't want to be watching it nowhere close to the windows if you are in the path of that wind threat. So this is the destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Anywhere you see those additional orange boxes, those are those regular severe thunderstorm warnings. We talk about those frequently, 60+ mile-per-hour wind gusts. Once they get above 70, you get that destructive tag, which we also have off to the west of the Metroplex. This is Stevens County, namely Breckenridge, where we're starting to see some very strong winds there as well. We'll sample some of those winds just north of Breckenridge, 67 miles per hour through that area. Once you see that destructive tag, that's where we've got gusts at least in the 70-mile-per-hour range. And notice we have a whole lot of warning activity just west of the Metroplex. So this is back to the west of Stevens County. This heads up into Young County, where we've got some strong winds there close to Graham. These warnings are in effect until 10 o'clock. So that's for the next 30 minutes this evening, as this system and this line really just continues to move eastward and really right on track too. We were looking at 10, 11 o'clock for the Metroplex, and that's kind of the timing we're looking at as this continues to move off to the east and down to the southeast. And you can see more of that bow forming, that the cluster, the line is bowing out a little bit, and that's where we're starting to see some of those very strongest winds. These head right into Breckenridge here shortly. And it's a line that's really what we expect. This line kind of forms together, comes together with the line up to the north, and that creates an even greater wind threat as it continues that southeastward track. So this cell in Stevens County, this heads toward Crystal Falls in the next 2 minutes. Eliasville, you're looking at 936, Mankins Mill 941, Breckenridge 941. So you have, give or take, about 10 minutes. You've got 942 for Aeolian. Ivan, you're looking at 944, South Hanlon 944, Harpersville 952, Necessity you're looking at 957, and Caddo you're looking at 958. Again, that's for that bowing line that you see pushing into Stevens County, and a whole lot of warnings surrounding it. This is for very strong winds with this entire line and that entire cluster of storms. Jeff, let's go ahead and zoom out. Let's show people. So here's the Metroplex here. We have those warnings that we were walking you through just to our north. We've got some severe thunderstorm warnings through places like Bowie and Montague and Cook counties. And then it's that destructive warning that is just off to the east of there with that peach and the black blinking. And then back off to the west is where we have those additional warnings. But notice back behind all of that, we have additional storms that are coming together. And these are all the threats that we'll see as this heads into the Metroplex. This line starts to come together with this line, and that creates a real bowing segment threat for the Metroplex. That's something we'll have to watch very closely. We have two of our storm chasers out. We've got Jason McLaughlin in Mineral Wells, so he's right in the path of this storm that is moving out of Young and Stevens counties. And then we've got Mike Prendergast. He is, looks like, is he on 120? Yeah. In Weatherford? Okay. And so he is through Parker County, and they are watching this come right into the North Texas Metroplex. Yes. Jeff, so what are you seeing?
Yeah, well, what we're hoping to capture is that as this approaches in from the west, in towards the Metroplex, we're going to be able to show you. First, Jason McLaughlin will show you. Then Jason McLaughlin will be in it for a while and unable to move. And then Mike Pendergrass, who's in Weatherford, will show you what's headed your way when the leading edge of this runs over him. And then we will also have reporters inside Tarrant County do the same thing, because what we want to do is, we've been telling you for the last couple of days, we were going to get into a particularly dangerous situation, that the wind gusts would be very, very high coming out of these storms, and that would be the biggest risk from it. Think about this, is that we're already getting reports or warnings on 90-mile-per-hour winds. An EFO is 85-mile-per-hour winds, and it's a tiny little track. Usually it's maybe a 50-yard wild path, and it might go a quarter of a mile. So it's a small area that witnesses and suffers that type of wind. This is the same type of wind speed, but over like half a county. So there is going to be a lot of reports of power outages and a lot of tree limbs down, trees themselves coming down, when you have widespread winds that are closing in on 80 miles an hour. And that's the storm setup, and we're already starting to see these squall lines kind of come together. It's in kind of two portions now, one coming in from the north and one coming in from the west. Eventually, we think these lines merge, and it might happen right over the Metroplex. By the way, when they merge there at the middle, that area has to be watched. It'd be very dangerous right at that mixing point of the two lines, and they might collide right over the Metroplex. So this is just now unfolding. We told you it would be closer to 10 to 11 o'clock at night for the Metroplex. It looks like we're keeping with that time frame, maybe closer to 11. But when the storms come in, they will have the same potential we're seeing here of producing damaging winds over a widespread area. So McKenna, this threat is unfolding now, but mostly on the fringes of the Metroplex. As you see, it's going to come into the Metroplex tonight.
Yeah, and it's right on the doorstep of places like Palo Pinto County, and then of course downstream into the Metroplex. So something to point out, what we're seeing with some of these storms, we have what's called that anvil cloud top. So that's kind of that cloud top. If you've got the center of the storm here, the cloud top hangs over. The front edge is kind of the best way to describe it right now. We've got some of those lightning strikes, cloud to ground strikes from the overhanging cloud top of that anvil. So what that means is, even in those areas where it's not actively raining on you, where you don't think you're in much of a threat, you're likely hearing the thunder, we are seeing some of those cloud to ground lightning strikes well ahead of some of these thunderstorms. So it is that reminder that if you can hear the thunder, you should not be outside. Those lightning strikes can strike upwards of 15 miles away from the core of that storm, and we're seeing some of that cloud to ground lightning with those anvil cloud tops in some of these storms. So another threat to take note of, on top of that very strong wind threat that is actively pushing into North Texas, we've got the threat that has moved across the Red River, and then we have this threat back off to our west for our western counties. It's Young and Stevens counties, and I think we're going to see here shortly a downstream warning. There's that destructive severe thunderstorm warning back for Sherman. I think we'll see a downstream warning into Collin County here very shortly. So that'll impact places like Anna, Melissa, and eventually into McKinney. This is all headed southeast. We already have the downstream warning for Denton County, and that is going to continue to move southeastward. So we saw those very strong winds. There's that really strong Boeing line there. This is headed into Howe. That's going to hit Anna, eventually impacting places like Melissa, and then off to the southeast as well, Leonard and Celeste. This is my biggest concern with that cell right there. It's right in this area, that Boeing segment there back toward Tioga. So this is really from Sherman back to Tioga, Pilot Point, Gunter, Howe, Anna, Melissa. I think Collin County, you're going to see that severe thunderstorm warning here just in the next couple of minutes as this pushes a little bit closer to the county line, and it's getting really close there. So a reminder, when we're talking these destructive severe thunderstorms, when we're talking winds 80+ miles per hour, it's a reminder that if you live downstream, you want to make sure the cars are not parked under trees. This can take down branches. This can take down power lines. Those are things to keep in mind, preps you can make before the storm gets there. Once the storm is in your backyard, on your doorstep, you want to make sure that you are taking shelter in that safe spot. It's a little bit different than when you're under that tornado warning and you need to get to that lowest level. In a situation like this, just make sure you're quickly getting to that interior room with no windows. Stay away from the windows and just stay there through the duration of this gusty gusty wind event. Now notice we have that downstream warning now issued for Collin County. This includes Anna, Melissa, McKinney, Allen, Plano. This is until 10:30 this evening. These storms are moving fairly quickly, but it also includes Fannin County and Hunt County as well, down to the southeast as this moves to the southeast here in the next couple of hours here. We're going to keep an eye on all of these areas where that Boeing segment really moves over. And then, as Jeff was mentioning, the concern will be that line up to our north of the Metroplex currently starts to form and really combine with the line to the south. The concern is that will happen right out over the Metroplex, and that would lead to some of our very strongest winds. These are moving fairly quickly, so about 50 miles per hour to the southeast. So those power flashes, you may notice those will probably happen frequently through the duration of this. Luella and Sanger, that line is moving right out over you now. Ida 940, Howe 940, Pilot Point 940. You have 3 minutes. 941 for Farmington, White Rock 941, Gunter 941. White Mound, we've got 943, and Marilee, you're looking at 944. Then this continues to move into places like McKinney, eventually into Frisco, pushes out over White Rock Lake eventually. And so those will all be spots to watch here in the next 30-45 minutes, and as this continues to head into the Metroplex. So places in Fannin, Hunt, Collin counties, all places to be very mindful of, because notice this is really a long line. This stretches up into Oklahoma, where they've got a couple of tornado warnings and confirmed tornadoes up into Oklahoma just north of the Red River. And notice how that line just bows across the river, back through Sherman, back into northern Denton County, and back close to Graham. And notice, Jeff, I think we're starting to see it's trying to come together close to Young County there.
Yeah, right there is where it'll start, and it might end up coming together like over Parker County. So we probably would get a gush of wind out of that, and of very heavy rain as the line kind of starts to reform there at that place it's coming together. So that is definitely an area we'll be watching, but as if there's not enough threat right now from these storms. I mean, we are warning on storms for 80 to 90 mile per hour winds. We told you since yesterday, actually 2 days ago, that the storms that develop would have this potential. They would have tremendous winds coming out for the leading edge. And I guess right now, McKenna, the only good news is that we haven't had any of the Boeing structures able to form vorticities at the corners of the Boeing structures. Those are quick spin-up tornadoes that can happen in this scenario. So far, none of the Boeing lines have had a chance to really get out way ahead, but the night is young, and we'll just have to watch that, because that is definitely another threat to worry about here for the rest of the evening.
Right. Our highest threat is going to be that threat for strong damaging wind gusts, that straight line wall of winds, which is why we've got all of those warnings on our map at this point. But then we've also got that threat for hail. And on top of that, as Jeff is mentioning, those quick spin up tornadoes.
Here's
that
a
we
tornado
can see.
warning now.
We now have that tornado warning for Howe. There you go. We've got likely some rotation right in this area, headed right into Howe and eventually toward Tom Bean.
Remember I was saying, okay, so there's the bow.
On that Boeing segment, and it's on that northern end.
Is a rotation. So, you know, kick me for saying that we've been lucky so far. Just as I said, that one forms.
You can blame Jeff for this one. He jinxed us, but it's all headed down to the southeast. So this is south of Sherman. This is going to split between Sherman and Howe, headed into Tom Bean. This is moving at about 50 miles per hour, right, Jeff? Well, a little shy of that.
That would be moving a little slower because of the bow line is faster.
Totally. So Hilton, you're looking at 946 there. That's 5 minutes from you. Howe 950, Luella 952, Ida 957, White Mound 957, White Rock 959, Tom Bean you're looking at 959, 1003 for Cannon and Kentucky Town. Canaan is 10:05 there, and that is all in the path down to the southeast of that now tornado warning. So regardless of whether the tornado hits your backyard, you are dealing with incredibly strong straight line winds. And then on the northern end of that Boeing segment, we also have that rotation. So we're getting down to some of that street level view. Laughlin Road there, Rockport Road, Ford Road, Farmington Road, headed right into Hilton. This is going to hit the town of Hilton, and you'll notice that rotation signature that just popped up there. So Moore Street right over Hilton and just north of Dorchester, going to be just north of Howe there as well, and head right into Luella. Ackers Road. We're looking at Flannery Road in that area. I mentioned Ford and Farmington roads as well. So once again, moving to the southeast, 40 miles per hour, but we've got wind gusts outside of that tornado warning too. So all something to be very mindful of. Now, in those areas where you're under that tornado warning, that's when it is very important that you do get to that lowest level of your house, the basement if you've got it, but that first level floor, and make sure you're getting to that interior room with no exterior walls or windows. You need to take shelter in those severe thunderstorm warnings anyway, those destructive warnings, but you especially need to take shelter in that lowest level of your home for that tornado warning. This is 10 miles from Tom Bean, so that area of rotation 10 miles from you. Tom Bean, that's going to arrive there shortly. So just be mindful of this. Make sure you're taking shelter if you are downstream of this. That is some fairly strong rotation. So grab your people, grab your pets, and get to that safe spot in your house. Jeff is highlighting that Boeing line there, and once again, you can see where that Boeing line starts to come back in. That's where we're seeing some rotation, and then we'll watch this area as well. We're not seeing it just yet, but there is a little bit of meeting of those reds and greens there, a little bit of a maybe a couplet trying to form on the southern edge, but you can see it clearly over toward Hilton. That is a fairly strong rotation signature. How high off the ground are we here with the radar beam?
Way up. We're almost at this particular point, we're at 6,000 feet. So it is a clear signature, and given the setup, it is certainly a good chance there is a quick, brief tornado on the ground here. So again, as McKenna was saying, near Hilton, I have it at 10 miles away from Tom Beam, and I'm telling you, that's about how long it'll probably last. They usually don't stay on the ground very long in this particular setup. They're quick spin-up tornadoes. They're usually EFOs, EF1s, and believe it or not, the winds might be just as strong on the leading edge of the storms itself, with winds that are clocking near 80 miles an hour as well. So this is a multiple threat storm that is moving over basically the whole county of Grayson, and it is producing along the leading edge winds that could be getting up to 70 plus. But in that tornado warned area, you could get struck by a tornado, and that is going to have very strong winds, you know, and that usually an EF1 is close to 90, maybe closing in on 100 there briefly. It looks like it's intensifying as far as its signature right now, McKenna. We can look at it a little bit higher up in the atmosphere, and what you want to see is the continuity as you go up. If that rotation does it reach all the way up, and you can see in all the quick scan sails layers, which are the first three, we see that rotation match up. Yeah. So that's a good sign there's a tornado here. Right over Hilton, going to move right into Hilton really as we speak. On top of this, we're seeing additional reports in this area. The town of Denison, 40% of the town is without power. This will be expected with this wind event. And then, of course, we're adding that tornadic threat on top of this. That is that strong area of rotation. This will move just south of downtown Hilton. This pushes in toward Shepherd Drive, Farmington Road, Ford Road. That is in effect until 10:15. So we've got another 30 minutes for that tornado warning that is moving just south of Hilton there. We've also got severe thunderstorm warnings through this area. So even if you are not close to the area of rotation, you're likely dealing with very gusty winds. And we're talking wind gusts 70 to 90 miles per hour in this area with that Boeing segment. And it's the northern edge of that Boeing segment where we have that rotation. So Hilton,
you've got 1 minute. So hopefully you're in that safe spot, lowest level of your house with no interior or no exterior walls or windows. Howe 951, Luella 953, White Mound 957, Tom Bean, this arrives at 9:59, Cannon 10:03, Kentucky Town 10:03, Pilot Grove 10:07, Whitewright you're looking at 10:07, and Enterprise you're looking at 10:10. This is moving southeastward about 40 miles per hour. That is for that area of rotation that we're highlighting right close to Hilton. And then that is just south of Sherman. You'll notice we've still got strong winds close to Sherman, but the center of that rotation is about 5 miles to the south of Sherman. Anywhere you see that red box, that is that tornado warning in effect until 10:15. We've been watching this closely on the northern and the southern edge of those Boeing segments to see some of that kind of intake there, and we start to see some of the vorticity, some of that rotation that we're seeing right out over Hilton. On top of that, we have very strong winds all through that area, places like Howe. We're seeing reports of those power flashes. I mentioned 40% of the town of Denison is without power. We're seeing frequent reports of those power flashes, which you can expect with winds this strong as they move through your area. Those start to kind of rattle the power lines, but on top of that, that wall of winds can quickly take down a grouping of power lines. So that's a threat to be mindful of, not only right now for those power outages, but also as you wake up into tomorrow morning. If you're headed out before the sun comes up, you want to be mindful of that, the debris that can be left over on the roads. This is all back off to the, let's see, we're looking at McKinney there, Collin County, and portions of Denton County, where we've got severe thunderstorm warnings in this area. And in fact, the town of McKinney starting to activate the sirens for those strong winds that are moving into that area. Salina starting to pick up on some of those. And then we're looking at some pretty strong winds back through places like Aubrey, Krugerville, and into Mingo as well. This is really, I think, where we're seeing likely some pretty strong winds there. And then back here, this is southeast of Unionville.
Yeah, I think they just went, that leading edge just went through Denton, and they were reporting 63-mile-per-hour winds there on the Texas Women's Campus.
The incredibly strong winds through a very populated area.
Right here. So we have to, this is going to be going across parts of southern Denton County. So we're starting to get into some higher populations here. Oak Point, Lincoln Park, Corinth, Little Elm, Camp Dallas. This is going to be 60-mile-per-hour winds headed your way. I think we've got another tornado warning coming out. Let me see. This is the one. This is one near Van Alstyne up north again. I think we're getting another rotation that's trying to form. We'll wait to see the National Weather Service, what they're going to do, if they're going to issue a warning on it. So I might have jumped the gun a little bit on that one, but you can see the leading edge of all this, and there is our destructive severe thunderstorm warning till 10:30 for Denton and Collin County. It goes all the way to the Tarrant-Dallas County line. I'm telling you that this is going to end up right into Tarrant and Dallas County, this coming from the north out of Denton and eventually the McKinney area. It's going to move right over Highland Village, Frisco and Allen, Louisville, Plano, and Wiley. These are all highly populated areas. The area I'm talking about is right here, and those are winds up to 70 miles an hour that are going on this leading edge. Now, there are circulations on the breaks in this line that have the ability to produce a tornado, a quick, brief spin-up tornado. It looks like the next one is, this is that same one. It's kind of reformed, it looks like. Let's go back a little bit in time here. There it is with an intense signature, breaking apart a little bit, and we'll have to keep an eye on it. Let's just see if it forms again, but a little bit further south from the original rotation. The Boeing segment itself can be seen better in the reflectivity, and you can see the Boeing segment right there is that you pick it up at Tom Beam where that rotation is going on, and it's a straight line back, it seems, by the time it picks up just there at the Collin County line. And all that is very powerful winds coming out on the leading edge of this storm. Those are some really bright greens over there by Sanger and closing in on Krugerville, McKinney.
And it looks like we may be starting to see kind of that bowing segment, those straight line winds, maybe breaking apart some of that rotation. So as Jeff was mentioning, we'll continue to keep an eye on that area near Hilton, north of Howe. We're starting to see some of that rotation broaden up a bit, which is good to see. But we also do have a list of problems behind, and in addition, I should say, to that tornado warning, and that is that straight line wind damage. City of McKinney, City of Frisco, Prosper, all activating sirens for winds. We're talking winds through Collin and Denton counties of up to 80 miles per hour, those 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And you can imagine the damage that can do, taking down branches, trees, power lines. It's that wall of wind that really brings a strong impact to those areas that it hits. This is pushing right into our northern Metroplex counties, so northern Denton, northern Collin counties. Places like McKinney, Frisco, if you're starting to hear those sirens, you're likely starting to feel some of those stronger winds, but the strongest of those wind gusts are still to come. That's that destructive severe thunderstorm warning you see there. That is that blinking polygon, the peach and black blinking polygon there. That is where we've got that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Turns destructive when those winds are in excess of 70 miles per hour. We've also got this back off to the west of us. This is for Stevens County. This is for the southern portion of Young County. This heads into Palo Pinto County, where we've got strong winds there too. And you can see some of those brighter greens through the northern portion of Stevens County. And then we have that bowing segment that has just passed Breckenridge. I think we've got some strong winds right through that area as well. This is a long line. A cold front's moving into the area, and it's going to try to bring all of this activity together and into one large squall line. And so that's something that we'll watch the rest of this evening. As that brings the threat into Dallas and Tarrant counties as we get over the course of the next hour or so here, closer to 11 o'clock. But anywhere you see those really bright greens, that's where we're seeing some of those strongest winds. And you can see a whole lot of that through the town of Breckenridge and pushing down to the southeast of there. So we have that downstream warning that continues into parts of Palo Pinto County. That is for that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Now, what we're seeing here, we're seeing that rotation. This is something that we'll continue to watch on each end of those bowing segments as we've been talking about. You'll notice that red there, that's some of that stronger rotation, likely right in that area close to South Hanlon. And of course, with these strong thunderstorms, you can get rotation in those upper levels, and that's likely with these thunderstorms. But the concern is that you start to see some of that rotation that can extend closer to the ground. So that's something we'll have to keep a very close eye on each edge of these bowing segments. The north and the south edge, we can start to see some of that twist and some of that vorticity. So we'll watch that. Notice we don't really have much of a line through Bryson, Jacksboro, Runaway Bay. It's trying to come together in those areas. Chico, it's trying to come together there. Decatur, not quite seeing that line there. That may be good news for you. You might be spared from the very worst of the winds. We'll watch it. But we are seeing those very strong winds through Denton and Collin counties. That severe thunderstorm warning, destructive tag there until 10:30, and likely additional downstream warnings to come. We've seen 80+ mile-per-hour wind gusts through both Collin and Denton counties already, and we've heard the sirens activated for McKinney, Prosper, Frisco, likely additional towns and cities in each of those counties. So if you hear those warnings, oftentimes we're talking about tornado warnings, but we've got very strong winds right through this area. And that can do some really widespread damage, more widespread than what you can see in a tornado warning. Jeff, let's check back in on that tornado warning. What are we seeing in the way of rotation? Looks like it continues
it's
to
like
break
I
there,
said, it would try to reform a little further south. So now you can see here's the new circulation trying to form. I think there's another one that is trying to form north of here over in Fannin County. It's a little hard to tell. It gets a little noisy. But it would be, again, we watch the bow, and then right back at the end of it, this is the area that I'm watching for possible rotation. It might be showing up.
Jeff, that's a new warning. Zoom out, you'll be able to see that.
Yeah, there's a new tornado warning. Based on what I just was circling there, there's a new tornado warning out for that till 10:30. That is going to be closing in on Boyd and Whiteshed, eventually Dodge City and Lanius, if I'm saying that correctly. That is this area right here. Again, we're looking at it at this point, believe it or not. Let me go into the lowest levels And yeah, so now we're at 14,000 feet. That's how far we are from the radar site, but I've circled where that circulation is, and this is the tornado warning that's in effect till 10:30.
So this is all to the north of the Metroplex, that spot that he's circling there. We've seen a series of tornado warnings through portions of Fannin, Delta counties, just in the last, really started after 4 o'clock this afternoon. We've seen a series of these. This now, though, is part of the line that's starting to form as the cold front moves into North Texas. Not only you're looking at 9:58 as that rotation moves out over you, 2 minutes before it's there. Whiteshed, you're looking at 10:02. Bonham, you're looking at 10:03, getting into a more populated area there. English 10:08, Hilger, you're looking at 10:08 there as well, as this all continues that southeastward track, and it's moving fairly quickly. We're talking 40 to 50 miles per hour. And then we have this rotation we've got to watch here too. This is south of Tom Bean. This is moving over places like Red Road, FM 902, Jameson Road, FM 2729, and then back over to, it looks like Bend Road there as this continues to move toward Tom Bean. And just south of White Rock, this is going to push close to places like Whitewright and maybe toward places like Pilot Grove as well, as it takes that southeastward track. Enterprise, you're kind of in that downstream threat as well. So that's that tornado warning in effect until 10:15. So another 20 minutes there. Jeff is circling that area of rotation right where those greens and those reds are meeting and where we're seeing some of those very strong winds. So notice that is where that Boeing segment starts to come back inward. We start to see some of that rotation, some of that vorticity right in that area. This is just to the north of Cannon. So it's between Tom Bean and Cannon there where we are seeing some of that rotation. And then we've got that next warning just back off to the east of there. Again, we're getting far away from the radar site in these areas, so it's more difficult to see how close that rotation extends to the ground. But we do have that area of rotation close to Bonham, and you do have to treat this as if it is on the ground. Because we are that far from the radar site, you want to make sure you're taking shelter in these situations. On top of that, we have those destructive severe thunderstorm warnings that are moving into the Metroplex. This is for Collin and Denton counties. We're starting to see some incredibly strong winds. These will arrive in Frisco very shortly. Back off to our west, Palo Pinto County, you're in the immediate threat line as this storm moves out of Young County and moves out of Stevens County. That pushes right into Palo Pinto County, brings impacts to places like Mineral Wells. This is that section that we're going to watch very closely. Back through Jacksboro, stretching from Graham through Jacksboro and Decatur. That's where that line has not come together yet. The concern is it does that close to and over the Metroplex, because if it does, that starts to bring more of that straight line wind threat through places like Tarrant County, places like Parker County, and then as that moves through Dallas County, that would bring incredibly strong winds right into the Metroplex as that line continues to form. This segment here up to our north, and then the segment back off to our west as well. Jeff, are you seeing something?
Well, we're just watching this leading edge now and going into Collin County. It is again suggesting there might be little rotations involved with it. I know these are quick spin up tornadoes. That's just part of the threat. We don't want to say this is a tornado outbreak. I know we're getting these small tornadoes on the leading edge, but the bigger threat is the more widespread winds on the leading edge of the storms themselves, because those winds are going 70, 80 miles an hour. We're going to have to come off the stream here for a moment, and we're going to join you on CBS 11 for continued storm coverage. If you can count us down, we will get to that right away.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Time now is 10:03. We're hopping back on the stream here while we wait for the Tony Awards to wrap up. So we're going to continue walking you through these storm threats this evening until we hop on over at CBS 11 during the 10 o'clock show as those awards wrap up. So we've got a couple of things going on. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. This is moving out of Stevens County. This includes portions of Eastland County, in fact, most of Eastland County, and also Palo Pinto County. That is in effect until 11 o'clock. So for another hour, we have this Boeing segment here. We've got quite a few blinking boxes, you'll notice as well. Those are those destructive severe thunderstorm warnings where we've got winds 70 to 80 and even 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts we've seen in some areas. We've also been watching areas of rotation in those Boeing segments, really on the northern and southern ends where we can see some of that spin. And we've seen that to the north. So we have a tornado warning for Fannin County. We've also got this tornado warning for Grayson County just east of Howe. We'll go ahead and turn on the velocity scans in this area. We're still seeing very strong rotation. This is near the Bonham Airport. This is south of Ravenna, and this is moving right out over Bonham. Once again, right near the airport, where we're likely seeing kind of a tornado embedded in that line. So Bonham 10:06, the town of Bonham, 1 minute. This is moving over you. Brotherton 10:10, English 10:10, Dodge City 10:13. Cotton Center 10:14, Prairie Point 10:15, Clutter Point 10:16, Shady Grove 10:16, and then Burnett and Hale, you're looking at 10:18. So the next 10 to 15 minutes here. I'm seeing less rotation with this cell back toward Tomby. Notice that's starting to spread apart a bit as this moves. Yeah, we're starting to see much more broad rotation, which may just be a result of those very strong straight line winds breaking some of that rotation apart. So it doesn't mean you're in the clear from severe weather threats. You're still dealing with very gusty winds, but that rotation near Tombean is weakening. However, up near Bonham, it is still some significant rotation moving right close to the airport. On top of that, you'll notice large swaths of the area under those severe thunderstorm warnings, and that is thanks to that Boeing line. This is moving into Collin County. McKinney, this is an almost immediate impact for you. Buckner, this is moving over you right now. Blue Ridge, 10:06. Excuse me, Bailey, this is moving over you right now. 10:07 for Altoga. Princeton looking at 10:12 there. Allen 10:14. Lucas 10:17. Farmersville 10:18. Parker 10:19. Murphy 10:23 and Wiley 10:24. That Boeing line is a segment where we have seen winds 70 to 80 miles per hour pushing into Collin County and pushing into portions of Denton County as well. Although notice we're seeing less of that Boeing structure through Denton County. That's still a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 10:30, where we do still have some really strong winds. We're turning on this velocity scan and we'll try and keep an eye on any areas of rotation developing, but what we can also see with it is that leading edge of those winds moving into Frisco right now, moving into the Colony right now, headed toward Avondale and Hebron eventually, Highland Village, back toward Fairview. This is back into Collin County. Allen, this will be an impact to you here shortly as well, but this is actively moving out over Frisco, back toward Highland Village and Double Oak. This is our rotation detector that Jeff was just looking at there. Once again, mostly going to be a very strong damaging wind threat in that area at this moment. But we have seen on each edge of those Boeing structures, we've seen those threats for rotation, which we've got moving over the Bonham Airport right now. And then we've got that area of rotation weakening. This is for Grayson County, just off to the east of Howe. If we zoom out here, I want to give you a view of everything we have going on across North Texas, because notice Dallas and Tarrant counties have dealt with nothing yet. It's just the rain right now moving into northern Tarrant County. This is all headed that way though. And then we've got this next Boeing segment back off to our west. This is through Stevens and Young counties. Those are all going to continue to move southeast, and the worry is that they'll form together. They'll come together right here as they move out over the Metroplex, and that would bring incredibly strong winds to the Metroplex as that does meet. So notice this is going to cross places like Mineral Wells here shortly, but we've got a couple of those destructive severe thunderstorm warnings back off to our west. And then we have that destructive severe thunderstorm warning that includes Frisco, that includes Plano. So again, that's portions of Denton and portions of Collin County. That is until 10:30 this evening. And these are all downstream warnings. These were storms that were warned as they were farther up to the north. But this is all as a cold front is moving right through that area. Jeff, are we seeing any updates on those winds?
Most of the reports of wind reports we're getting in on ground truth are in that 60, almost 70 mile per hour range. And that is literally all over where we see these various warnings going on. The watch is, this is the new watch. This goes on to 4 in the morning. This is a PDS watch. We don't get those very often. It's been literally years, but a particularly dangerous situation for a thunderstorm watch. We've had them for tornado watches, but this one is because of these tremendous winds coming out of these storms. We have two clusters here, one up across the north and then one over into Breckenridge. So McKenna, if you want to join in here, we're going to soon get out of the Grammys and get on linear. The Tony, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, we're waiting for those Tony credits to wrap up here. We're going to hop on over on channel 11 for our 10 o'clock show, just a couple of minutes late. Here we come in just a couple of seconds here.
Fray, and we have reporters, storm chasers, we have the whole bit, and we're watching dangerous conditions on the ground. But first, let's begin with the chief. McKenna, what are we seeing out there?
Right now, what we're watching is places like Collin and Denton counties in the Metroplex, where we're seeing winds in excess of 70, 80 miles per hour. They were even stronger back off to the north. Those are moving into portions of the Metroplex, so impacting places like Frisco, the Colony, Louisville, Flower Mound, back toward Westlake. This is all tracking southeastward, and what you're seeing is that blinking polygon, that peach and black colored polygon there. That's where we've got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, and that's where you've got winds gusting 70 plus miles per hour. We have hail with this too, but generally we're talking quarter-sized hail with this system. It is that wind threat that we're watching very closely. Again, seeing very strong winds through Frisco headed into the Colony. An immediate threat, that'll be Allen, Parker, Plano. This is all tracking southeastward about 50 miles per hour. So it is moving quickly, but likely what you're seeing, what you're hearing the thunder, you're seeing those lightning flashes. And on top of that, you're likely dealing with power flashes too, as this strong system works through the area. We've already got lots of reports of power outages through portions of the region. And then notice we've got those strong winds stretching back towards places like Roanoke, back into Springtown. And the concern is that this line up to the north of the Metroplex starts to meet with the line back off to the west of the Metroplex. It's impacting places like Young and Stevens County, and as those come together, that wind threat increases even more. So you'll notice we've got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Palo Pinto County. This includes a southern portion of Young County, and then that's right where that bowing segment of those winds moves out of Stevens County, pushes into Palo Pinto County. That's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 11 o'clock. Wind speeds with that cell currently, and that line, I should say, right around the 65 mile per hour range. Still very strong winds that are moving just off to the west of the Metroplex. Once again, this cell to the north. This is pushing closer to Dallas County, while this line back off to our west. We'll watch and see if those are able to meet together kind of in the middle as those move right out over Tarrant and right out over Dallas counties. So that's kind of that wide view that we're seeing. Anywhere that you've got those bowing segments crossing the right over really the 35 corridor, moving over Frisco and into Plano. But once again, we've seen winds 70 to 80 miles per hour with some of this. We've also seen a couple of tornado warnings. We've seen one of those up to the north toward Bonham. where we saw some rotation near the Bonham Airport, and then on top of that, some very strong winds. So that is for Fannin County, that tornado warning until 10:30. So that's another 15 minutes. But again, that was some likely rotation right out over the Bonham Airport. And it looks like it's broadening up a bit, but this is all on kind of the end and really the northern edge of that Boeing segment. Jeff is circling another area of rotation south of there. Notice right where that line bows out, you get in kind of some of that inflow on the southern edge, and that's where we're seeing some of that rotation there, and then back toward Bonham as well as where we have seen that. This tornado warning that you'll notice back toward Howe through Grayson County, not seeing much in the way of rotation left with that. I think that's a warning they'll allow to expire here in the next couple of minutes, but we do have very strong winds outside of all of this. We do have our storm chasers out. We've got meteorologist Jeff Ray here as well. Jeff, walk me through what you're seeing at this point.
Well, as you were pointing out, as long as this leading edge continues to advance rapidly across Hunt, Collin County and towards northern Dallas County and northern Tarrant County, we have to watch for the Boeing segments. Again, these are all strong winds up and down this line. These are 60, 70 mile per hour winds, but in the Boeing segments, we're seeing these propensity for, I'll circle one area right there, because you see where it bows right there is a possible quick spin-up tornado. I'm seeing another Boeing segment trying to form over here by McKinney, stretching back to Frisco, so we'll have to watch around the Louisville area for a circulation going up. I want you really more concerned on just the leading edge, because when this line comes through, it is going to get your attention. You need to be indoors. You could have 60, 70 mile per hour winds. You could have tree limbs coming down, if not trees themselves. This is a lot of wind with these thunderstorms. There's also a lot of lightning, so you're hearing this stuff approach. These are destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. The one for Collin County to 10:30 and the one for Denton County till 10:30. It is very likely they're going to be extended into Dallas and Tarrant County.
They have been extended, Jeff, into Dallas and Tarrant County.
As I just said.
Yep,
so
Kaufman County, Rockwall, Hunt
and
as well.
There we go. So their warning for Dallas County is till 11:30. Rockwall is included here, as is portions of Hunt County. You can see even Kaufman County is part of this, and the eastern edge of Tarrant County, including the airport, has the risk of seeing this line come through and produce 60, 70 mile per hour winds. This is a widespread event, and this is just one of the cells. This is the line that's coming from the north. It is moving southeast, but also coming in from the west is this. This is going to, most of it will pass just over across parts of southern Tarrant County, over Johnson and Ellis County, and down to the south of there. But that will come later. This is the immediate threat in the Metroplex, and it stretches really from about Justin and Boyd, where they've had reports. The line isn't even that organized, and there are already reports of 60 mile per hour winds just with that. And you can see over by the Colony and Fairview and McKinney, it's much more organized. So it's closer to 70 mile per hour winds. And that goes all the way up and towards the Red River. So we'll continue to watch this entire line, McKenna, because it is producing damaging winds back across from Wise County all the way from Collin up into Hunt and up into Fannin. So this is a widespread event here.
It is, and I want to throw a tracker on this, Jeff, and walk people through. This pushes in toward Dallas over the next 20 minutes or so, I think, here. Let's put a tracker on some of these very populated areas. It's tough because this is impacting such a widespread region, but it's moving southeast 45 to 50 miles per hour. So this puts it in Allen right now. This is those strongest winds moving out over Allen. Hebron 1018, Forest Grove 1018, Flower Mound 1018, Shepton you're looking at about 1019, Lucas 1022, Parker 1022. You've got 5 minutes. Plano 1022, Capel 1025, Carrollton 1025, Addison 1026, Murphy 1026, Grapevine 1028, and Wiley you're looking at 1028 there as well. So this is moving into an incredibly populated area. This is pushing right into the Metroplex. This has already impacted populated areas through Collin and Denton Denton counties, and those winds are very strong in this area. You'll notice that orange box has extended, as Jeff was mentioning, into Dallas and portions of eastern Tarrant County. This is in effect until 11:30, so another hour and 10 minutes here. Rockwall and portions of Kaufman counties as well. This is all downstream of what has been labeled a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. It gets that destructive tag when those winds are in excess of 70 miles per hour, and we've seen that with this. The greatest risk for us this evening is going to be that strong straight line wind damage threat. Hail threat with this, but we're talking hail quarter sized and just below. It can still do damage, certainly, but we are less worried about that incredibly large hail threat at this point. We are more worried about that strong straight line wind damage threat that can do more widespread damage than you can see with a low-end tornado. They are both things to take shelter from. They are both things to be mindful and concerned of, but that straight line wind threat can impact a much wider swath, which is what you can see here, stretching from Paris and up along the Red River, back through Allen, back through northern Dallas and Tarrant counties. And then we've got a little bit of a break there with those additional storms off to our west. But here's that line, those strongest winds impacting Flower Mound, Louisville, the Colony, Plano, Parker, Wiley, and shortly here, these push right into Dallas, the University Park area, Irving, DFW. This is right on the doorstep of the airport. Places like Capel. You're dealing with this here in the next couple of minutes here as this moves in toward Keller, Watauga, Haltom City. You're going to start to see some of these strong winds here shortly as well. So again, it is that strong wall of winds, likely seeing some of those power flashes. In fact, Jeff, are we seeing any updates on some of those power outages that we've got up over on Links 3?
Now the Sherman area, there's over, well, I guess 10,000 people without power in Denison. More widespread outages are now being reported in northern Dallas County because the wind's just getting in the area, already creating problems. That's before the line actually moves across Dallas County. And of course, there's power outages being reported in both Denton and in Collin counties because they've had these strong winds coming in from the north here for about the last 30 minutes. And now that leading edge, as McKenna was just pointing out, Azle, Keller, Capel, up into Allen, into McKinney, you're getting it right now. So that means that Watauga, the DFW airport area, and Plano, Wiley, Saxe, you're in line next. That's what's headed your way. You're hearing it come in from the north. We have tremendous lightning with this. We do have our reporters out. Let's see if we can pick up where their signal is. Sometimes we have a second to connect because of when there's big rains like this. But the warnings are out for Dallas and the warnings are out for Kaufman with this advancing line. Now, do notice they're not the destructive warnings that were up north in Denton and Collin, but that might change as the line kind of is queuing up again, kind of reforming, if you will, as it change it back with reflectivity. You see what I mean? Especially off to the east. You see how clear that line is becoming? That means it's kind of reforming. The bow line is going to probably start up again, and you're going to start seeing really strong winds, powerful winds that are going to come out of this. That's over southern Collin County now, and soon over the southern part of Hunt County and crossing I-30. These will be probably winds closer to that 70-mile-per-hour mark, but 60-mile-per-hour winds will do plenty of damage. I know it gets a little busy here as we look over by Flower Mound and Justin and Ponder, and this is in southern Denton County. But believe me, we can look in and see the wind velocities coming out of it, and that is basically just chaos. You're in the heavy rain now in Boyd and in Justin. You've got a lot of lightning, but what's happening is that the storm has tapped into some upper level winds and pulled them down to the surface, and now it's just a conduit has been created, this roadmap of the higher winds reaching down into the surface. So everything that you see in these spotches of bright green and darker green, that's literally wind just tumbling around in the heavy rain, and these winds could be 50 to even 60 miles per hour behind the leading edge. We call that the washing machine that you get off of the storms come in on the leading edge, and then suddenly you're in these powerful winds seen coming in from every direction for about 20 to 30 minutes. There's a lot of lightning over by Frisco and McKinney, And Melissa, and you've been into heavy rain right now. You have been for about the last 20 minutes. I know we fixate where the highest winds are and where the possible tornado spin-ups are. That's the leading edge. But again, if we look at the velocity behind it, and I'll take off the lightning, you're going to see a lot of green here and red and rotation, and that again is that tumultuous wind that's going on. The signature isn't as clear as it is by Denton because they're closer to the radar and they can see a little bit lower at the surface where that's really going on. But McKenna, this is all headed into parts of Tarrant, Dallas, Kaufman, and Rockwall counties.
It is those very strong straight line winds, and then Jeff's pointing all of those out. Another area I want to look at on the radar, Jeff, if we take a look back through Palo Pinto County, in fact, just near Palo Pinto, two areas that I want to watch closely. This is something that we've been keeping an eye on, is areas of rotation. Kind of on the Boeing edge, if we take a look back through Palo Pinto County, you can see some of that rotation. So you can see some of that trying to pick up here. This is an area that we've seen trying to form, trying to come together and break apart. But a couple of areas right there, and then back up to the north, we've seen a little bit of rotation there too. No tornado warnings in this area, but this is just a reminder that on those Boeing segments, on each edge of those Boeing segments, you can start to pick up some of that rotation. And I've seen just in the last couple of radar scans, what I've been watching is one scan will go by and you can see that tight couplet and then it'll start to pull back apart. So that's an area that I want to watch closely. This is just to the southwest of Grafford. There are strong winds in that area regardless. We have severe thunderstorm warning in effect there, where we've got those winds 65 plus miles per hour. That's for Palo Pinto County until 11 o'clock. And then on top of that, those straight line wind threats, this Boeing segment all through Collin, all through Denton counties. This is impacting Lucas, Parker, Plano, Hebron, Louisville, Flower Mound. This heads to Renner, Trinity Mills, Capel, Grapevine, impacting Plano right now.
And we got a live shot from Plano.
Okay, let's go ahead and take that live shot from Plano. Looks like we've got one of our reporters out there. Who's out there? Okay, so we've got one of our photographers out giving us this view from Plano, so you can see that heavy rain just pouring down in Plano. The frequent lightning out there, we've been talking about the lightning threat on top of all of this. What we were mentioning a little earlier is with some of those anvil cloud tops. It's kind of that overhanging cloud top. We have seen cloud to ground lightning extending out ahead of these thunderstorms. And so that's a threat in advance of the wind threat. This is just another thing to be incredibly mindful of over the next several hours as this line moves through the Metroplex. But you can see the night sky just really lighting up in that area. We have really strong winds moving into Plano right now. You can see the tree moving in the background there a little bit. We're looking high up and it is dark out there, but you can see just heavy rains coming down in Plano. We've also got a couple of our storm chasers out and about. Jeff, I think both of them, are they back through Weatherford and into Palo Pinto County?
Yeah, we have one of our storm chasers up. I can't actually, it's not even showing which one. This must be our reporter that is over by the split 35. Looks like they're traveling up 81. They have coming through the wind right now. Do we have their shot, Julie? Do we have a live shot from Storm Chaser 3? Oh, is that Prendergrass's shot right there? Okay. Yeah, it's not telling me which storm chaser that is. There's Mike right now. Mike is over by Weatherford, and that leading edge of the stronger winds is closing in on him from the north. So soon we're going to join his shot when he is in the thick of it. I-20 is still passable, as you can tell, still dry. The leading edge from the thunderstorm is just north of Weatherford, the town itself. And of course, the Interstate I-20 runs south of downtown Weatherford. That wind field is getting ready to intercept where Mike is at. So that might be, so you see where Mike is? Mm-hmm. There he is over on I-20. We just saw his shot, and here is the stronger winds getting kicked out on the leading edge. I change it over to reflectivity. You can see that he's starting to get the light rain. This is that no man's land between the two big working cells. So there's going to be some strong winds there, but nothing like the leading edge of winds that are coming up from behind him from the west. This is the strongest winds right now. They stretch from Flower Mound to Hebron, Plano, Wiley, and they go all the way up really as you head up into parts of northern Hunt County. This is where some very powerful winds are coming out of this complex of thunderstorms, this squall line that is formed that is thoroughly producing some 60-mile-per-hour winds, I suspect. You get a drop off on the signal because that is the change of angle relative to the radar itself. It is now sampling this way, so it really hasn't have the ability to tell too much there. But we will continue to watch on the reflectivity, that leading edge moving across the area. That connotates where those big winds are right now.
You can see right where that bows out. So this is impacting Cooper, Commerce, Greenville, back into Plano. Those strong winds are moving over Plano and headed into Garland. And soon enough, here in the next couple of minutes, those are going to cross into Rockwall County, which is included in that severe thunderstorm warning. But it's Wiley, Saxe, Plano, back into Carrollton. You'll start to see the impacts of those winds. Renner, you're on that leading edge. Trinity Mills, back in toward Capel, Grapevine, and DFW going to feel the impacts of those incredibly strong wind gusts here in just the next couple of minutes. Flower Mound dealing with those, and there's a new radar scan there. You can see a little bit of a hail core just north of Carrollton. Once again, the large hail at this point is less of a concern than those very strong straight line winds, but you'll notice we do still have some hail back through this area. Generally, we're talking quarter-sized hail and even smaller than that, pea-sized, BB-sized hail. I'm looking off to the side here because I'm seeing a whole lot of lightning back off of our Dallas sky cam, which you can expect. In fact, if we can pull up that sky cam here in the next couple of minutes. Okay, so we've got that pulled up here. Looks like maybe, Jeff, is that sky cam back behind you? Is that the Fort Worth sky cam?
The one that we see.
You can hear the thunder.
Yeah, this is Fort Worth is at the top there.
Okay, let's pull up the Fort Worth sky cam. That's what I'm looking at off to the side there. If you watch this for long enough, we can hear the thunder at the station here in Fort Worth. And now that I pulled it up, the lightning's going to stop. But we've got frequent lightning that we're seeing off of our Fort Worth tower camera, off of the Dallas sky cam that we've seen as well. This is all moving into those areas, and we have a whole lot of lightning with these storms. There you go. You can see it there. Hundreds and thousands of lightning strikes with these individual lines that are trying to come together as they start to move in out over the Metroplex. A whole lot of lightning with these cells. They're just lighting up the TV screens off to the sides here. We'll take a look back at the radar. Lightning's just an added threat with all of these storms that are moving through the area. We have those incredibly strong winds moving over Plano, moving into Saxe, Garland, Carrollton. DFW is on that leading edge at this point. Bedford and Haltom City, you're starting to feel some of those very strong wind gusts. Those are moving over Saginaw and Lakeside, and those are all continuing to move to the southeast. So places like Arlington, you're in the line of fire here in the next couple of minutes. Irving, University Park, Dallas, eventually just over the course of the next, I think, 10 minutes or so. This is moving right into downtown Dallas. So that Boeing line, again, bringing those very strong straight line winds. We're talking winds 60 to 80 miles per hour is what we've seen with some of these destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. That is just a regular severe thunderstorm warning for Dallas, portions of Tarrant, and then Rockwall and Kaufman counties. In those areas, that's where we're seeing wind gusts right around that 65 mile per hour range. It's back off to the north where we have seen some of those very strongest winds up in excess of 80 miles per hour. We've seen a whole lot of power outage activity up to the north. Notice all of that lightning to the northeast of the Metroplex back toward Bonham. Just an incredible amount of lightning there. And it looks like one of our reporters, we've got Briseida Holguin out in North Fort Worth to show some of that lightning there. Briseida, can you show us kind of that view of the lightning and talk about what you're seeing out there?
Hey, McKenna. Yeah, let me flip the camera around. As you can see, the sky is being illuminated at times by the intense lightning, and we can hear rolling thunder as well. You can see just the movement of this flag. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in as I'm talking here, but you can see, take a look at that. You can see the sky being illuminated by the lightning here, and it's actually been raining since the start of 10 a.m. So in the last 30 minutes is when we hear, and I say we, my photographer and I, who's behind the wheel, since we've been seeing some rain here. You can see just the movement. And I will add that since we've been out here in the North Fort Worth area, we've seen this flag really just rotate and the winds shifting from one side to another. Let me go to the side where we're going to see just how some of these trees have been moving. How the wind has picked up, I would say, extremely in the last 30 minutes. Take a look at how some of these brushes are just moving, and you'll see that this is what we've been seeing at times. We do feel those wind gusts pick up. Our truck actually feeling those winds. McKenna, I'm going to send it back to you for now, but we're going to be keeping an eye on things out here. As I said, strong winds, intense lightning, and some light rain in this area of North Fort Worth where we're at. For now, back to you.
Thanks, Briseida, and stay safe out there. Of course, we'll keep an eye on them. We've got the storm chasers up on the radar here. You'll see one just south of Weatherford and one in Mineral Wells as well. And in fact, is that Jason in Mineral Wells that we've got?
Yeah, it sure
Jeff?
is.
Let's pull up Jason's shot here on Skype when we get a chance. So there's Mineral Wells. You can see a whole lot of rain that has moved through that area. Some strong winds starting to push right into Mineral Wells, though. This is coming from the west.
Yeah, he's minutes away from hitting downtown.
So I think here shortly we'll keep a very close eye on Jason's shot, but you can see he is right in the town center of Mineral Wells there. You can see the lightning, and you can see he's already seen some decent rainfall right through this area. I'm not seeing much in the way of ponding just yet, maybe a little bit on some of those low-lying spots, but again, he is just in the immediate path. He's got heavy rain headed right into Mineral Wells, and then on top of that, a significant wind threat pushing that way. This threat is moving out of the west. So we have that threat that's diving from the north to the south, and then we've got the threat that's moving from west to east as we have these two lines trying to come together as they head in over the Metroplex. Again, that is a shot from Mineral Wells. I think we'll start to see some of those winds picking up out over Mineral Wells here shortly. And it looks like we've got a flash flood warning coming up here soon for Collin and Denton counties following the heavy rains in those areas. So that's another on Jason's shot here in just a couple of minutes. Again, he's right in Mineral Wells where those strong winds are headed in. But I want to give you a look at that flash flood warning that I mentioned for Collin and Denton counties. Doesn't look like we've maybe got it quite on the map just yet, but that is to come for all of the heavy rain that we have seen through that area. And we're still seeing a good amount of rainfall falling through that region. The strongest of the winds have mostly cleared places like McKinney and Denton, but we've got those heavy rains, that flash flood warning in effect until 2:30 in the morning. And keep in mind, this is an area that's picked up a lot of rain in the last couple of weeks. We've seen flooding through places like Rowlett in the last week and a half. And so this rain is just kind of adding on top of that. Last 3 hours, we've seen upwards of 2 inches of rain just to the east of Denton toward places like Anna, just to the west of Melissa and McKinney, where we've seen some of those heaviest rains. So again, that flash flood warning is in effect until 2:30 in the morning. That warning extends even after the rain clears, and the reason for that is you can still see those rises to the creeks and the streams, and those will be spots to watch into the overnight hours. If you have to head out, I would avoid that at all costs, but keep in mind you'll want to watch for downed power lines following a strong wind event, and then on top of that you get those heavy rains. So you want to watch for power lines in the water, you want to watch for debris, and I am seeing reports of debris back up along the Red River, close to places like Bonham and Sherman. And in fact, we did have a tornado warning that close to Bonham just about 30 minutes ago. And so whether that debris is coming from straight line wind damage or that actual rotation from that tornado, that'll be something to be very mindful of if you are headed out. We can see branches down and trees down, as well as power lines when you have winds this strong. So those will all be things to watch for. We have that severe thunderstorm warning that's just a large warning that stretches from back along the Red River, kind of that triangle that extends down into portions of Collin County. This includes places like Hopkins County. This includes Hunt County. This gets back into Collin County. And then we've got those additional warnings downstream extending into Rockwall, into portions of Kaufman County, into Dallas County, and then that eastern portion of Tarrant County. Somervell, Texas, and Palo Pinto, you are looking at that warning. We've also got Parker County there, Hood County, that are under that severe thunderstorm warning, where we've got winds 65 plus miles per hour, and that wind threat that we've got coming in from the west and also from north to south. We have that Boeing segment and a whole lot of lightning stretching from Denton County back toward Bonham, back up along the Red River. And you'll see right where that wind threat sits. So we can see right close to Cooper, Commerce, Greenville, Fate, Garland. You're starting to see that DFW picking up on that wind threat as well. Carrollton, Saxe, Wiley seeing that too. And we've got some hail embedded in here as well. You'll see those pink spots, generally looking at sub-severe hail. At this point, we are primarily looking at a wind threat and a really strong lightning threat. Notice just in this area, we're zoomed in here, we've got 1,200 lightning strikes.
And let's take another look at that Plano shot. I'm sure we're picking up on that lightning. What a display is going on right now.
Can we pull that up, guys, in Plano?
Yeah, if we take a look at our live shot in Plano, you can see from Wiley, Plano, this is just something you're going to be hearing for a while here across the evening over southern Collin County and southern Denton County. You're in the thick of it, and there's tremendous lightning display and very heavy rain falling. We see rain rates in the bright colors here that are approaching, over 3 inches to 4 inches an hour. Fortunately, it does not rain that long, but it is producing just a gushing rain that is wrapped in with all this lightning and these winds that are just swirling around from everywhere now that you're behind the leading edge. So let's take a shot, and we have a
Weatherford.
Yeah, let's. We got another shot in Weatherford of Mike Prendergrass's shot. He's not even in a warned area, and he's kind of already seen a lot of wind. There you see the trees.
He is now in a warned area, Jeff.
They're going to issue a warning now for Parker County. There it is, to 11:30. I'm sorry, I missed that, but that is not quite where the storm, the leading edge of the worst of it is. But I think what's happening is he's getting effects from what's coming down from the north, mixing in what's coming out of the west. And there's going to be a lot of turbulence here for the next hour or so over Parker County where this warning is. And you can see how it looks like the trees swirling around. And right now, not the heaviest rain, that's coming in from the west and is still a ways away. I think most of this has been moving at about 40 miles an hour headed towards him. We'll try to get if we can get a speed on that, maybe even faster. But that is, we're getting reports over across Tarrant County. Again, this is really before the bid stuff has happened, and already 40, 45 mile per hour winds. And that's just under the light rain. That's before the line really comes in from the north. That we'll continue to see those reports come in showing even, I think, higher winds. And we've got the warning out for portions of Tarrant County until 11:30, but it's mostly Dallas and all of Rockwall and portions of Kaufman County that are under the warning. And it is this edge right here that as it comes in, a lot of lightning, a lot of big winds with it. We've been getting reports of a lot of tree limbs down, of course, when you have winds like that. We've been keeping an eye on the power reports, and we're starting to get the communities, smaller communities, lose power because of all the tree damage that comes out of winds that are going 60, 70 miles an hour, especially when there's wide swaths like this. So what other shots do we have? We've been looking all night. Now let's go back to Mineral Wells and over to Jason McLaughlin's shot. He's getting swallowed up now by the big rains and the lightning and the heavy rain that is just now entering into the town of Mineral Wells. We told you he was minutes away. And as we look at the road itself, you start to see not only the rain picking up in intensity, but McKenna, you see the wind
blowing the rain across the road. Yeah, it looks like dust blowing across. That's all water. You can start to see some of the pooling. If you look to the right of the screen there, you can see some of that water starting to pond. And as those gusts rush down to the surface, there it goes again. You'll notice it blows that surface of the water across the intersection there in Mineral Wells. Once again, he's starting to pick up on some of the strongest of those winds. That leading edge edge that is coming out of the west. A little bit of a hail core there. Again, I keep mentioning this. There is hail embedded in these. It's not large hail at this point. We're talking hail quarter-sized and smaller. It's really that wind threat that we're dealing with. And the more you watch this shot, the more frequently you see the water rushing across the roads there, Jeff.
Yeah, we're just going to watch because we've watched the leading edge of this approach Mineral Wells, and it's just now entering the town. And here in the last 30 seconds we've been on this shot, we've seen how the conditions have quickly deteriorated. They're still doing that. It's still getting worse. The rain is getting heavier. Winds are picking up even more. We're seeing more lightning. What I want you to watch is they're just at the road surface because the rain hitting the road, you know, kind of kicks back up and the wind picks it up and you can see the wind movement. And it is kind of starting to swirl a little bit as this leading edge comes in. We wanted you to see this because this is what's going to be heading into Parker County and parts of Johnson County, as well as the warnings have been extended out on this leading edge that's now hitting Mineral Wells. Will soon be in Weatherford because, you know, if you're familiar with this area, as far as the distance from Mineral Wells to Weatherford, as the crow flies, it's 16 miles. So that's going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 minutes. This is what it's going to look like in Weatherford. I know you're already getting rain and lightning, but here now, check the clock. We've been on the shot a minute. You can see now you really don't want to be outside as the winds are starting to pick up and the rain intensify.
And Jeff, I'm checking in with Jason to see if we can give him a call. Julie, if we can work that from back there in the booth, talk to Jason about kind of what he's seen. He's been out for a couple of hours. So they'll work on that back there. But as Jeff is mentioning, all of those strong wind gusts, and you can see really bright lightning at this point moving right out over top of Mineral Wells. He's right there at that intersection. And you can see the rain. It's being obscured more by his windshield wipers because it's raining so hard at this point. But if you look very closely, you can just watch all of that water rush across the intersection there in the town center of Mineral Wells. And he's still seeing that leading edge of some of those very strong winds that are moving right out over Mineral Wells. A whole lot of lightning in that area with this line that is moving from west to east.
Oh my, look at that wind really
through Mineral Wells. Yeah.
So that's in 4 minutes, McKenna. That's what happened in 4 minutes. Remember, 4 minutes ago, it was drizzle.
Yeah, and now we have all that ponding, especially if you look off to the right side of your screen there, you can see all of the ponding on the roads. And that's what, it's like waves that are coming off of the pooling off on the right corner of your screen there, especially when those lights are lit up on the side. You can see that wall of water rush across. So this is a reminder. We've got a couple of flash flood warnings. In fact, I think we've got one flash flood warning in our area at this point. It's just a reminder that as those flash flood warnings come out, that's a reminder that that flooding is imminent, and you want to be very mindful if you are headed out on the roads. Avoid that, but if you do run into areas of water ponding, remember to not drive into it unless you know how deep it is. We've got Jason McLaughlin, our storm chaser, who is there in Mineral Wells on the phone here. Jason, just tell us everything you're seeing out there.
Hey, McKenna. So the heavy rain and the wind really just started here around maybe 3 to 4 minutes ago. There's been some power flickering on and off. The winds are kind of coming in waves. Like, here comes a big one right there. I'd guess I'm probably gusting around 40 to maybe 50 miles per hour here, and it's kind of sporadic right now. And here comes another pretty good one there on the camera. You can tell we've got the power starting to flicker. Yeah, we've got a lot of wind starting to kick up here now. So that's kind of been the story. And as you can tell, the precipitation is really just coming down out of heavy rain.
It kind of looks like we've taken your shot for the last 5 minutes or so here, and we've watched this go from drizzle and damp roads. It looks like you're starting to see a little bit of ponding out there on the lower lying spots in the roads. Is that right?
It is. Again, it really just started, but it's coming at such a heavy rate there. Past that Mineral Wells sign, you really can't see anything past it at this point. And another surge of wind I can see coming, and more out of the west here. Yeah, pretty good gust right there. I'd say probably 45, and starting to come way more out of the west now. It's getting a little more out of the north behind the boundary just ahead of this.
Yeah. Still a lot of people out there on the roads, Jason, or is it slowed down?
It's really slowed down. There's not a lot of people out. They've heeded the warnings that have been given to them. And again, even outside of any wind threat that we're looking at, just a pure amount of precipitation that's falling right now is dangerous enough to be out the roadways.
And I imagine, Jason, at this point, with the amount of heavy rain that you're seeing, probably not seeing much in the way of hail out there.
I have not seen any hail yet at this time. It's really just a ton of rain, and now here's a pretty good wind. I'm kind of shielded, I think, here. Just a touch. As you can tell, you really see it coming in waves, just the wind and the rain. It's not just kind of, constant. It's more of that sporadic. We get a real strong gust, and then it kind of backs off for a second. And that's kind of been the theme of what's going on here the last 5 minutes or so.
All right. And of course, we'll check back in with Jason periodically throughout the evening. Jason, stay safe out there. And then what we'll be watching for as we get through this evening, Jason's got those strong winds moving out over him right now. And then on top of that wind threat, we've got that heavy rain threat too. So we'll take a look back at the radar here and walk you through right where Jason is. So he's in Mineral Wells, and you can see that's where some of those brightest greens are. Some of those strongest winds are moving right out over Mineral Wells. We've got a whole lot of lightning, which you could see on that shot there. Upwards of 70-mile-per-hour winds. This may be just south of where Jason was sitting. 71-mile-per-hour winds just south of Mineral Wells and close to Sturtevant. And we've just got that line of strong winds moving west to east out of Palo Pinto, moving really away from Mineral Wells at this point and pushing towards places like Cool, Garner, Preble, Fox, eventually into Weatherford, which I think is where one of our other storm chasers is. So that'll be a spot to watch here in the next couple of minutes, as well as that wind threat heads that way right into Weatherford. And it's not going to be long before it gets there. That's moving eastward about 45 miles per hour. So that's going to be another line to watch. Jeff, can we throw a tracker on that line and see how quickly that pushes into Weatherford again?
They're showing east at 45 miles per hour for the storm. So let's track it at 45 miles an hour, and you can see how soon it will be into Weatherford at that pace. So there's some arrival times for you.
Allison, you're looking in the next 30 seconds here. Same for Stevens Crossing, Cool, Brock Junction, 1051, Brock, 1052, Maxwell Crossing, 1052, Garner, 1052, Preble, 1052, Dennis looking at 1053, and Buckner, you're looking at 1054. Weatherford, you're looking at about 1104. So you've got about 15 minutes here to make sure you're just headed into that interior room away from your windows when you've got winds this strong, that leading edge of those strong wind gusts right in this area. This is a straight line wind threat that is moving out of Mineral Wells. That heavy rain, though, still impacting Mineral Wells with more to come back behind it. But those strong winds are moving toward places like Weatherford. These are moving into Parker County right along the 20 corridor. And then the threat moves into Tarrant County. We've also got that threat to the north that's moving into Dallas County, impacting DFW, impacting places like Capel, Watauga, into Irving, and then shortly here going to be headed into downtown Dallas. And that's where you can see some of those stronger winds moving right out over Irving. Downtown Fort Worth likely feeling some of those strong gusts there. And then I think we've got a fairly strong gust right close to the DFW airport as well, where you see some of those brighter greens. Here's our tower camera that's looking north of Dallas, and you can just see the heavy rain. Notice all of the flashers that people have on their cars there, down on the roads. It's low visibility, but you can see those popping up, a sign that there's likely a whole lot of ponding, low visibility in those areas. This is close to an area where we've seen a flash flood warning, so that'll be something to watch, whether that is issued downstream. Still quite a few people out there on the roads in this heavy rain, and so notice they are moving incredibly slowly as we take a live look to the north of Dallas. You'll notice lightning, frequent lightning out in that area as well. And then it's just heavy rains impacting Dallas County at this point. It's the northern half of Dallas County headed into University Park. And then this is going to move right into downtown Dallas just in the next 5 or so minutes here. This is going to head right into downtown Dallas. But you can see the leading edge of that has brought heavy rains with it right through this area. Again, visibility is low, and people who are traveling, if you can avoid traveling this evening, fortunately, not going to be many people who are wanting to head out close to midnight, but that is going to be something to be very mindful of into the morning. We've got a picture coming from Richardson as well. More heavy rain there. This is another area that we've seen some strong winds. In fact, one of those most recent reports I've seen, Jeff, I think it was upwards of 70-mile-per-hour winds through this area.
Wow, and you can see that not only are you dealing with that big wind, but that heavy rain is getting thrown along ground with it. You see it's twisted up that flag, and you see the tree movement there. So this is in Richardson. This has been going on, I'm going to guess, somewhere in the last 15 minutes. This has really started to crank up in Richardson. And the leading edge of that now is reaching down to Highland Park, New Hope, and over into Mesquite soon. So if you live in those areas, this is what it's going to look like in your backyard here very shortly, because it's coming down straight from the north, and it's just enveloping. And you saw that picture that McKenna was showing you of the Interstate 75. That is, got swallowed up by this rain in about a 5-minute period. So all those people that were trying to get home before all this hit got caught in it. And it is, in some instances, just a blinding rain. So you can see all the lightning as well with this. So we've been telling you that when it arrived, you did not want to be in your car. You definitely wanted to be inside a sturdy shelter because of these winds. And we're seeing all this now enveloping the airport as well. The heavy rains now reaching into Irving, over into Hearst, into Bedford, into Haltom City. We have some pretty good winds, 40, 45-mile-per-hour winds with all that. We do have a warning that's in part of eastern Tarrant County, but there is a warning out in Parker County till 11:30 because of what you see coming over Mineral Wells. We were just showing you that. We have Mike Prendergrass in Weatherford right now. If we can show his shot, he's starting to get into the big rains that are coming in from the west for him. This is again going to be the same thing we saw in Mineral Wells with Jason's shot, that yeah, it starts off with just some rain and some lightning, and pretty soon that leading edge comes charging in from the west, and within a span of 4 to 5 minutes, you really are going to regret being out there. So you make sure that you're indoors, you're not trying to go anywhere. McLaughlin shot, he's still in Mineral Wells under it, and as I was warning you earlier, that if you got under this big rain, that big cell, you're going to have these chaotic winds and very heavy rain for
Jeff,
20
look at all
30
of
minutes.
that rain rushing in toward his car as well. You can see from his headlights. You could see it better when he was stopped, but it was that wall of rain that is moving toward his car. I want to pull up quickly.
We can talk to Jason if we want.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Jason, can you hear us out there? Talk about what you're seeing.
Hey, McKenna, I can hear you. I'm on the east side of Mineral Wells, heading eastward on 180. The precip, as you can tell, is still real heavy, but the wind's blowing from behind me. So it really gives more of a picture of how hard it really is raining since I'm driving the direction of the wind.
Mm-hmm.
So with that wind that was occurring, a lot of rain was washing down the north-south facing roadways across these east-west roadways. A lot of that was pretty thick, deep. I'd say maybe 4 to 6 inches coming down those roads. So a few cars were hitting those splashes of water, not really anticipating it, and like I said, just a lot of rain falling. I haven't seen a whole lot of wind, to be honest. Earlier we had that initial wall of maybe 40, a few 45-mile-per-hour gusts, but right now at this location, I'm more really just in torrential rainfall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks just, you can see the ponding on the sides of the roads, and as Jason mentioned, that rain is blowing kind of away from his car. So we'll keep checking in on Jason. I want to check back in on Mike Prendergast because he's in Weatherford, and we're starting to hear, or we're hearing reports that the emergency management in Weatherford has activated their sirens for 70-plus-mile-per-hour winds. In fact, if we can get Mike on the phone here shortly as well, we'll talk to him. But this is again in Weatherford. You can see a whole lot of lightning in that area, and he hasn't quite seen the worst of the rain. He's seen a wave of heavy rain move over him, but that cluster of rain has not quite made it to Mike just yet. But he's giving us that panned view. Looks like he's turning around there, maybe making a pit stop.
Well, he's trying to find shelter, make sure the wind doesn't get to him. Yeah, he wants to protect his vehicle.
Look at the tree there too, Jeff.
Yeah, and he's not in it yet. This is just all what's ahead of the worst of it. If you're sitting in Weatherford, you're going, oh, this isn't a bad storm. Just wait, it's coming, still coming, closing in on you. We saw what happened to Jason in Mineral Wells. That's going to be happening to Weatherford soon. And we're also going to be able to watch it happen in the west part parts of Tarrant County because we have Perseda there also over on 820 West in western Tarrant County. Again, they're in some rain, they're in some lightning, but soon coming in from the west, we're going to see the main storm event coming in. And Perseda, so just describe the conditions, Perseda, if you don't mind talking to us for a moment. What have the conditions been like over just the last 15 minutes?
Well, in the last 15 minutes, we actually left North Fort Worth and we're making our way towards White Settlement. As we've been heading here on the road, we saw the rain pick up and we felt the wind as well. It was coming down pretty heavily to a point where we were just hearing rain kind of hit the car, you know, when it's just coming down so hard. No hail here. At times, the wind picking up, like I mentioned, and then with the lightning just illuminating the sky. It's been tapering off, not as consistent as we were seeing over in North Fort Worth, but we are heading over to White Settlement to see what it's looking like there, and we'll keep you guys updated. But you can see roads are wet. Everybody taking the precautions here. There was an accident on the highway, so we're taking a detour right here to make it to White Settlement.
Okay, Perseda, thank you for that. And let's show the radar real quick and kind of explain her situation, because Perseda, like I said, is on 820, this over here in Tarrant County. Now, she was earlier in this rain, this very heavy rain leading edge where you're getting those 50, 60 mile per hour winds. She's getting ready to get hit broadsided by the first cell getting kicked out by the main line that went over Mineral Wells and is just now getting into Weatherford.
And Jeff, I don't mean to cut you off, but please. Weatherford, they've got a downstream destructive severe thunderstorm warning coming up. Pull up the velocity scan there. I'm picking up 76 mile per hour winds headed into Weatherford. Yeah,
you can see the bright greens there. So it has picked up, hasn't it, McKenna? We can see just in the last 15 minutes, the line getting a little bit more organized. Now, we have Mike Prendergrass here. We have Mike in Prendergrass over in Weatherford, and we can see as we sample these winds, that's the warning, but as we sample the winds, Mike, that are headed towards you, these are winds picking up on radar at 70 miles an hour. Are we able to talk to Mike yet? Yep. Mike, go ahead. Tell us what's going on in Weatherford.
Hey there, Jeff. Yeah, I am kind of on the south side of Weatherford here at I-20. Lots of lightning, just incredible lightning as it comes this way. The heaviest of the winds has not reached me yet. It is, like you said, it's still off to my west, but kind of a gentle rain now. But they have been activating the sirens in the city as well for the high winds. So, but that's where we're at right now.
Yeah, well, they've just updated your warning for 80 mile per hour winds. What we're going to be able to watch is this come in. Make sure you're in good place there, Mike. The winds coming in from your west could be at 80 miles an hour for this warning. This is a destructive thunderstorm warning for all of Parker County to 11:45. Jason is behind that leading edge and reporting just a really big rain, but on the leading edge is a tremendous wind. Mike's going to position himself here off of I-20 on the south side of Weatherford as it approaches. If I can show you the radar real quick, I've circled exactly where he is at, and you see the bright greens. That is getting ready to hit him coming in from the west. And as we sample these winds, again, this is a warning out for 80 mile per hour winds and radar indicating 70 mile per hour winds. McKenna, this is going to hit Weatherford here in just the next few minutes.
It is. That is what Jeff's pointing out right there, those strong winds. You can see that bowing segment on the velocity there. And that Mike's right in the path of this. He's right in the center of that, right on I-20. So this is moving through Fox, this passed over Brock Junction, and this continues to track to the east. Mike is 4 miles from this, so it's a couple of minutes before this arrives. He is just south of Weatherford City Center, but notice Weatherford is right in the path of that Boeing segment there. We've also got Jason back toward Cool. He's still dealing with some strong winds, but Mike really is going to be in that immediate threat. So Weatherford, Bethel, Center Point, Willow Park, here's some of that timing for you. So Tin Top and Greenwood, this is headed over you right now. Bethel, 11:04. You have 3 minutes. Harmony, 11:06. Weatherford, 11:06. Time right now is 11:02, so it's just a couple of minutes out from Weatherford. Earls, 11:11. Wampler, 11:12. Center Point, 11:12. Pumpkin Center, you're looking at 11:12. Hudson Oaks, 11:14. Annetta South and Annetta North, you are looking at 11:16. And once again, this is an area we are picking up those radar indicated winds of upwards of 75 plus 80 mile per hour winds in some spots along there. 78 close to Greenwood that we're sampling, 74 just south of there. These are incredibly strong winds, this wall of winds that will impact a wide swath of the area. Sounds like we've got Briseda, our reporter in Aledo. Let's go ahead and pull up her shot while we wait for these winds to move into Weatherford. And you can see that heavy rain moving through Aledo. So Aledo is still out ahead of the strongest of these winds. They're not far. They will make their way that way as they continue along 20. But once again, Aledo at this point just mostly dealing with a breeze and also with some of those heavier rains. Aledo's kind of in its own lone cell out ahead of this line that is moving from west to east behind it, that destructive severe thunderstorm warning that's headed toward Weatherford. So again, this is through Aledo. Is Briseda along 20 there, Julie? Do we know what road she's on? Okay, she's on 20 there.
And she's literally under that heavy rain. That tells me right there, that's what happens when the dew points get to the 70s.
Yeah, Briseda, what were you saying there?
McKenna, if I can jump in, the rain is actually so hard. It's actually hard to hear you as you were tossing to me, and we're actually feeling the wind move the car a smidge. You can see just the rain coming at us at a slant. And we are headed to Aledo right now. We are on Highway 30, making our way towards Aledo. My phone is going off with just National Weather Service severe thunderstorm warnings, but it is pretty hard to hear you just because of how intense the way to Aledo once again.
Yeah, and Briseda, so what's going to happen is you're going to drive into Aledo and you're going to drive into some much lighter rain. So here in the next couple of minutes, as you make your way into Aledo, that rain is going to get a whole lot lighter. Ooh, we got people parked under the overpass. Not a good place to be. I know you want to protect your car, but we got to protect other people on the roads too. So you're going to head into Aledo. You're going to get into some much lighter rain, and then here in the next couple of minutes, you have an incredibly strong wall of wind, a destructive severe thunderstorm warning headed your way. So you want to make sure that you guys are putting yourself in a good position, kind of sheltering. If there's somewhere you can pull off, maybe next to a building, position yourself in a way. These winds are moving west to east, and we're talking incredibly strong winds. So maybe a good idea for you guys to pull off here shortly as you get out of this first round of heavy rain in that cell there, because you've got a whole lot more on the way. You can see that I'm in the small box there, but that wall of wind is still headed toward Aledo, toward Briseda. I want to take a look back over at Mike Prendergast's shot here in Weatherford. He's got to be right on the edge of that wind, Jeff.
It's going to be any moment now.
Yeah.
And so we saw this happen in Mineral Wells. So, Mike, can you hear yet the wind approaching from you?
Hey there, Jeff. Yeah, it is certainly starting to increase. In fact, as you come to me now, we're first getting our first little gust of pretty gusty winds here, probably 30-plus miles an hour to start here. But, yeah, it's definitely on top of me. I'm in a kind of in an area where I'm away from trees so that I don't have to worry about something falling on me. But we'll keep an eye on these winds as these waves of wind come in.
Yeah, I think we're going to see exactly what we were watching with Jason, and that is within a period of about 4 minutes, you're going to get swallowed up, Mike, with both heavy rain and the strongest winds. Of course, you're going to really get the really powerful winds here over the next few minutes, and then just be under this downpour that is traveling out of these storms, this whole storm structure moving from west to east towards Tarrant County right now, moving into Weatherford. and you had the bad fortune of being in one of the Boeing segments on the line, where we're really seeing on the radar some of the strongest winds. And we're kind of sticking with Mike's shot here for a moment, because what you're going to see is right now radar indicating 78-mile-per-hour winds just off the surface. You're going to see what happens when you get hit by this. This is what's headed into parts of western Tarrant County and parts of Johnson County. All of Parker County right now is under this destructive thunderstorm warning till 11:45. And you have Mike's shot. I can kind of circle where he's at right there, and you can see there's the big wind, and there it is closing in on him. So there's Mike's shot. We're going to already see here just in the last 30 seconds everything getting swallowed up by rain. McKenna, this is, well, and we've got some trees to look at, and look at the trees starting to swirl around. There's going to be a lot of lightning. And Mike, if you can, go ahead and narrate as these conditions are coming upon you. Mike, can you hear us? I imagine the rain is so loud.
Hey there, yes,
right
I'm
now.
sorry, I can barely hear y'all.
Yes.
A lot of wind noise.
Go ahead, Mike. Talk about it.
Hey, yes. Hey there, Jeff. Yes. So the bulk of this has hit. It's definitely pretty intense. Super heavy rain, super strong wind. Wondering, I guess, as this bow hits me here, how much more intense this is going to get. I would guess probably at least 50-mile-an-hour gusts at the moment, and it's coming right at me. I'm actually facing the wind just because my windshield can take that better than the side of my car. But you can see the sheet of rain coming across this parking lot at me too. It's pretty amazing to see. But yeah, the winds are definitely increasing right now.
And this is Mike's shot to let you know why you do not want to be on the road when this gets into the Metroplex. Did you see what happened? Just in the span of 4 minutes, he got into terrible conditions. Fortunately, he is sitting there and not trying to get anywhere, but these are very powerful winds. He's nose into the wind, which is like a boat where you want to be. You don't want to be broadside to wind like this, especially if you're going down the interstate. But if you get stuck in this, you need to pull away from it. You need to pull off the side of the road.
Big gust.
I wonder if
Really
that you're getting in that 70-mile-per-hour range yet, Mike.
Really strong wind gusts right now. I don't know if you can see this or not, Jeff, but I would estimate 60, 70 miles an hour easily. This is pretty strong. I expect these little trees to probably be losing limbs here shortly as well.
That is, oh, man. All right, the reason we're showing you this, we do not want you outside when this comes through. Now, we have trained spotters who know what they're doing, so we can show you the transition in a span of 5 minutes. This is what it looks like.
Hey, Jeff, I just want to interrupt. We've got a tornado warning coming for the southern part of Parker County, so this will include the Tarrant, Parker, and Johnson County line. If we can take a look back on radar, you can see that wall of winds that's impacting Mike's shot there, but here's that notch. I've been watching this the last couple of radar scans here, and we're starting to see that tighten. So this is north of Baker. We don't have the tornado warning just yet. You don't have the alert on your phone just yet, but you'll see that red box pop up here in just the next couple of minutes. But there's that notch. This is north of Baker. We've got that couplet right where that red and the green are starting to meet together. We're going to continue to keep a close eye on that these next couple of radar scans to see how much that tightens. That's right out over Baker Road. So this is east of Tin Top, again, near Baker, south of Annetta South there. This is down to the southwest of Aledo. And again, this is just northeast of Baker. This will cross State Highway 171. This area is already in a warned destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This is part of that warning that we were just talking to Mike about, where we've seen those straight line wind gusts upwards of 70 to 80 miles per hour. But now we've got an area of rotation on the south end. This is 8.5 miles from Wheatland. Wheatland, you'll be right in the path of that. We haven't seen that box pop up, so if you live in those areas, you likely haven't. There it is. There's that alert, that latest radar scan. There it is there. We've got the rotation. That's that tornado warning for Parker County until 11:45. Notice that includes portions of Tarrant County, the southwest sides of Tarrant County. This is for Lakeshore Estates, Wheatland, Plover, and Primrose. You are in the line of fire eventually, but the immediate threat is for Parker County, the southern portion and southeastern portion of Parker County. This will move south of Aledo, but this is just off to the northeast of Baker. Again, that is moving eastward. Jeff, how quickly is that moving? Still about 45?
I'm trying to get on the warning itself to see how is that moving, because it's on the south end of the line. So
And it looks like east about 45 miles per hour.
45,
Tornado
okay,
and quarter-sized hail 10 miles south of Weatherford. So we'll throw a tracker on that. Also down at the bottom, you can see there, that is Mike's shot in Weatherford. Heavy rains. That you don't want to be out in that, and you don't want to be out in this either. Wheatland 11:24 for that tornado warning on your doorstep. Winscott 11:24, Boss 11:27, Lakeshore Estates 11:29, Plover 11:29, Primrose you're looking at 11:33, Keeler 11:38, Crowley 11:38, Moselle you're looking at 11:39, and Edgecliff Village, as this pushes into Tarrant County, you're looking at 11:40. Again, that entire tornado warned box that is in effect until 11:45, and it's that area of rotation that has gotten tighter in those last couple of radar scans. Those reds and those greens are touching, and right when you see that, that's when you start to worry that there is active rotation. Another concerning factor for this area to me is that this is closer to the radar site, which means it is more likely that that is closer to the surface than what we were looking at hours ago up along the Red River when that radar beam is thousands of feet above the surface. We're a little bit closer to the radar site here, and we can see that tight rotation east of Baker and continuing to move off to the east about 45 miles per hour. So again, that moves through the southeast sides of Parker County, and that pushes into a portion of Tarrant County. We have Jason McLaughlin north of there through Weatherford. We have strong winds through Weatherford still.
yeah, let's look at his shot. He is in the
Pull up
thick
Jason's
of
shot
it.
there on Skype 1. Yeah, let's pull that up, guys. Okay, Jason, if you can hear us, just walk us through. You're driving right through Weatherford. What's the wind like? And it looks like there's heavy rain.
Hey, there's heavy rain. I had a gust probably close to 60 to 70 here just maybe a minute and a half ago. I had a couple power flashes right behind me. Power had cut off at the intersection I was at momentarily, and then it came back on. I can still hear the wind just above the surface, even when I'm driving. I'm here at the surface right now, probably gusting only 40 or so at this time. But again, I've had much, much stronger gusts, and I'm kind of on the backside of those heavier winds right now.
And it looks like you're driving through heavy, heavy rains on the roads. You just saw that from Jason's tire there. I imagine you're seeing a lot of ponding through the area.
Oh, absolutely. Even coming up inclines, going uphill, I was still, slipping on the roadways, and water was still ponding even on those vertical type roadways. So you kind of tell here we've got some stronger winds starting to blast through this intersection. Street signs are rocking pretty good still. It's really just came in waves. It hasn't been real constant. But again, there have been some really strong gusts that I've had this last 2 minutes or so.
And Jason, I've seen reports.
It looks like we're going to get a bigger one now.
Oh, yeah. And I've seen reports just in the last couple of minutes. There you see it washing across the intersection. I've seen reports of roof damage through places like Mineral Wells and some debris down in spots as a result of those strong winds. Have you seen any of that personally yet?
Maybe about 5 miles back, kind of between Weatherford and Cool, there were some branches that were out on the roadway. It was really dark, really dark in that area, so it made it hard to see really what was going on. And that's why we're out here now, so we can kind of come in and we can assess what type of damage that we're getting. And we're starting to get a pretty good wind surge that's fixing to see here as I'm starting to move further into Weatherford as well.
Yeah, and it looks like some of those strongest winds really are pushing right out over Weatherford at this point as well. Jeff, what do you have over there?
Well, we got the tornado warning out, right? And this does include parts of Parker and now parts of Tarrant and Johnson County. And what I am seeing on radar is that we're getting several areas where there's rotation going on. These would be very brief spin-up tornadoes associated with the leading edge of the heaviest rain coming in. Everywhere where there seems to be an incontinuity in the line itself, like right here and right here, that's where these rotations are starting to show up. So this could be just a quick tornado that forms and then dies out quickly. The tornado warning for Parker County goes to 11:45. It does include Tarrant and Johnson County. So I want you to know we're very aware of that, but we've also had widespread winds in that 70-mile-per-hour range. We showed you what Mike's shot looked like when this came over in parts of Weatherford, just south along I-20, and now it is closing in on Willow Park and Aledo. We have our own Berseda over by just off of 20, off the 820 loop. She is in position to take that blow from the west. You can see there's her shot looking at it coming towards us. Very ominous looking. Lots of lightning, already gusty winds, periods of heavy rain with the worst of it yet to come. This is what's moving into Tarrant County. Again, we are watching the leading edge for quick spin-up tornadoes. This is a tornado warning. At this moment, I don't see much in rotation along the line. Probably the best
Jeff,
shot.
Go ahead and switch to the Dias Air Force Base radar, and I think you can see it a little bit better from there. We're, of course, farther away with that radar site, but I think if we switch over to that Dias radar, I'm taking a look at that off to the side, and we can see some tighter rotation with that south of Aledo.
Yeah, that's the one you're talking about right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see it a little bit better from there, just south of Annetta South. But as Jeff was mentioning, it does look like it's starting to broaden out, which, like we were talking about to the north, may just be a sign that this bowing line of wind is trying to break that rotation apart there. You can see kind of an inflow there, though, near Willow Park.
I think it's trying to spin up right there as well. And boy, I tell you, if I look up and down this line, McKen, there's several breaks in it that show some rotation trying to start, like right there. So that is right on the edge of the tornado warning itself.
Just south of Crescent. On top of this, of course, we're talking those threats for rotation. We do have a new flash flood warning coming for Dallas and Tarrant counties. We've seen heavy rains. This is downstream of that flash flood warning for Denton and Collin counties. And now that extends into Dallas and into Tarrant. You'll see that green box pop up here shortly. And we've got some flooding video, it sounds like, from Capella. If we can go ahead and pull that up. We've seen heavy rains roll right over that area. Look at that, Jeff.
That's a problem.
Wow.
That's what happens when you get 3 to 4 inches of rain in very short period of time, or at least 2 to 3.
Yeah.
That is the flooding. Yeah, this is so this is Denton Creek basically backing up, I guess.
Yeah, and that's why we talk about those flash flood warnings, how they're in effect even long after the rain event ends. You can still see those rises to creeks, to streams. Capel is at this point dealing with much lighter rain than what they had earlier, really in the clear for the most part from that severe weather threat. But the flooding will still be a concern as that creek continues to rise. And you can see that high water. Of course, that is a lower lying area, but that is an incredible amount of water in that area in a short period of time. We saw rain totals. Here are some of those totals. 1.5 inches just north of Capel, 1.5 inches as we get close to Highland. This fell in just the matter of about 30 to 45 minutes right over Capel. It was really in a quick period of time. Even heavier rains, you'll notice, up to the north, places like Frisco, Little Elm, McKinney. This is through portions of East Denton County, West Collin County, and that's where there is a flash flood warning in that region as well. That green box will extend into Dallas and Tarrant counties. There you see it right now. That green turquoise box there. That is now extended into the Metroplex for that heavy rain threat that continues to move in. Then we've got back off to the west that destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Parker County. This moves right along 20. We've got those heavy winds through that area. I'm looking off to the side. I see a whole lot of lightning from our storm chasers. If we can pull up Mike's shot once again, you can see just heavy rains as he moves. He is south of Weatherford, and just the lightning keeps lighting up the sky there. So much ponding on the roads. Not a place that you want to be. Again, as Jeff has been mentioning, we've got our storm chasers who are trained for all of this. They know how to block themselves from those strongest winds. and it looks like, is Mike traveling off to the east?
Yeah, he is moving east on I-20, so he's following the heavy rain, but he is out of the biggest winds. The biggest winds are ahead of him now, moving into Willow Park, or the 2030 split here, just outside of Tarrant County, inside Parker County. Those winds are closing in quickly there onto the 820 loop, which is right now has very heavy rain and a lot of lightning, but the leading edge of the winds that you can see are continuing to bow out here, McKenna. You can see where these very powerful winds are.
Yeah. Have we still got Briseida in Aledo, Julie? Okay, if we can go ahead and just take her picture in Aledo, you'll likely see she hasn't seen the strongest of the winds yet. Those are still to come. Those are just to her west. Looks like they've maybe found a spot to block themselves, which is good because those are some really strong winds. She is under that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. While we watch this, I want to point out that tornado warning for Parker and Tarrant counties has expired early. We were watching that bowing segment of the straight line winds really kind of break that rotation apart, and it looks like that's what we've seen. So we'll still watch for those areas of rotation on those bowing segments, but that tornado warning has expired. We were watching kind of right in that area, and it's still one we'll keep an eye on. So those are on those ends of that bowing segment that Jeff has highlighted there. You can see some of that inflow where we start to see some of that vorticity, and we've seen it a couple of times this evening, but they're fairly short-lived tornado warnings, which is what we saw just south of there. That's as the center of that starts to bow out. Those strongest winds are moving right into Aledo, right along 20. We've got both Jason and Mike. They're buddied up right along 20, traveling to the east. So they are back off west of that high wind threat. But Briseida, our reporter, we're starting to see some of those heavy rains pick up there.
Wow, that happened fast.
It did. Hard to tell as far as winds. Briseida, if you can go ahead and talk to us. There you go. You can see some of those winds picking up. Talk to us about what you've seen in the last 60 seconds.
McKenna, in the last 60 seconds, you've seen the sky being illuminated, but the winds right now are really hitting this area. We're just off of the highway right now, parked in a parking lot, and you can see just how heavy the rain is coming down, but the winds are actually shaking our car. Thankfully, we are not moving. We're standing by. You can hardly see. We're trying to have the wipers go as fast as they can, but the rain here is nonstop coming down heavily at the moment. You can see other cars. There's a car right in front of us. Because the rain is coming down so heavy, you can't see it, but it did have a tarp over it. That's now been completely taken off by the wind because of how fast that wind is hitting this area right now. Once again, our car is shaking. It's moving because of how heavy this wind is hitting us.
Briseida, thank you for bringing us up to date on what you've seen there. Of course, we can see the heavy rain in your shot and those wind gusts. So good idea to just kind of stay put until that wind threat passes, and you'll know when it does. But those strongest winds are moving right out over Aledo as we speak, and just to the south.
She's on 1187.
Okay.
Here, just where it reaches I-20. And so it just now entered the area where she's at, as you can tell. Mm-hmm. So it's going to cross the county line now. McKenna, we're going to see it cross the county line and go into Benbrook, Westland, and Lakeshore Estates area.
And so Tarrant County, those west sides, you're about to pick up on this very strong wind threat. In fact, the most recent storm report, the most recent wind report that I've seen for this area, I think was 70 miles per hour, right? Oh, 80 miles per hour. In fact, I think we've seen it die down a little bit from that, but you can see right where Jeff is circling. That is where Briseida is, and you can see some very strong winds moving right out over Aledo, moving into Iona, and this will head right toward Benbrook.
Yeah.
That county line there. You can see Briseida's shot down there in the corner of the screen. A whole lot of rain with that, and then you can just see the wind blowing it across the road there as this bowing segment continues that eastward movement. This is that rotation detector. This is what we've been watching on the ends of those bowing segments where you see a little bit of that circulation as it bows back in. We've seen a little bit of that. So it's something we'll continue to watch. Of course, the greatest threat for us this evening is going to be that wind threat. You get that rotation in the upper levels of the thunderstorms, and then we'll watch watch closely for that threat.
I think that's just straight line winds coming out right
with
there.
that rotation detector there. Okay, yeah.
I think that's just on the leading edge, and it's picking up on where we're getting that interface where the strongest winds coming out from the west are hitting the ground there, and it's picking up on these very intense winds that are by Lakeshore Estates up there, McKenna.
Jeff, an update on the Tarrant County warning. We have got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning headed into Tarrant County, 80-mile-per-hour winds. So this will extend into Forest Hill and Kennedale in Tarrant County. So, Jeff, that's got to be, is that for the storm that's coming down from the north? It's got to be.
Well, the Forest Hill, Kennedale area.
Forest Hill, Kennedale, yeah.
Okay, so
that's got to be from that line that's
from
coming
every
north.
direction, I guess. But
yeah.
Obviously, you see the big threat that is coming in from the west that we've been showing you, and that is really intense winds. And I would imagine that that's somewhere close to 80 miles an hour winds, just closing in on the western part of Tarrant County. So that's that new warning that's coming out for Tarrant for that wind. So let's see if we can get the destructive level.
We're getting those emergency alerts here at the station now.
Yeah, so there it is. So it is for these winds that we see here. If I change over to velocity, again, you see that Boeing segment indication of the strongest winds. This is the same thing we were showing you coming across Weatherford and then over by Aledo. That's moving into Tarrant County. That has put now a destructive thunderstorm warning out for Tarrant County till midnight.
Yeah, and as Jeff was mentioning, we're getting these winds from every direction. So we've seen that line that's been moving north to south, and we've got that line moving west to east. And I think now what we're seeing at this point is those are starting to come together. And the more that they do, the greater that wind threat becomes. And you can see we're starting to see that gap fill in. So again, that destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Tarrant County, places like Forest Hill and Kennedale included in that, Benbrook included in that as well. You've got winds coming from really strong Boeing segment. This is moving out of Aledo. Let's sample some of those winds that are headed in toward Benbrook, Jeff. Those are very strong winds. We're picking up the 80-mile-per-hour winds. We're not far from the radar site here either. This is headed into Benbrook, Lakeshore Estates, Wheatland, Plover, Primrose, Edgecliff Village, White Settlement. It'll be gusty there too. Everman, Garden Acres, Crowley, Primrose, Moselle, Everman, Lytle there, Forest Hill, and this will continue to push off to the east. This is incredibly strong winds headed into Benbrook there. Again, the Belt Junction area, Edgecliff Village, Primrose. We're looking at Dirks Road, Bryant Irvin Road there, Southwest Boulevard, Winscott Road, Williams Road, Chapin Road, Frontage Road. We've got Alameda Street, Calmont Avenue, excuse me, Edge Hill Road, Horn Street, Westover Hills, Westworth, River Oaks, and then into downtown Fort Worth. The Boeing segment really is just south of downtown Fort Worth, but that's not to say downtown Fort Worth won't pick up on some really strong winds. But that is really Boeing out there, Jeff, just as that passes over Aledo. Jason and Mike trying to catch up to it. I don't think they want to catch up to that part.
No, they want to stay behind that.
Yeah.
It is really accelerating now as it's moving over Benbrook and it's moving over the lake. So that means on the east side of the lake, you're going to have really strong winds, maybe even stronger than the surrounding areas. That's what happens when it hits we described that before. You got winds over the surface. Suddenly they hit a lake body and it's like hitting a patch of ice. They accelerate. So we see the worst of it, unfortunately, that was over Weatherford now is over Benbrook. And it is going to move across 8, 20, and 20 and be from downtown south and hit 35 broadside. So that means the wind will be coming in from the west on traffic moving north-south. And that is particularly dangerous for high-profile vehicles like semi-trucks. I hope everybody is getting their warnings and getting off the interstate, especially if you're in a high-profile vehicle, because these winds are going to slam right into 35 coming in from the west. And it looks like those are going to be 80-mile-per-hour winds, McKenna. McKenna.
And we have that coming from the west, just as Jeff is saying, but it's meeting with the line from the north that is kind of bowing out to the south, and it will impact places like Ellis and Johnson counties. This is Mike Prendergast, and he is moving just east of Center Point. He is south of Willow Park. He's traveling on 20, northeast of Annetta North there. He and Jason are right in the same area, and you can see a whole lot of lightning. He's behind the strongest of those winds, and he'll stay behind the strongest of those winds. Those are gusting out upwards of 80 miles per hour, but you can see all of the ponding on the roads there. You can still see a few cars on the roads. Not a fantastic spot to be, but at this point the winds will start to die down back off to the west of Tarrant County, west of Parker County, as that Boeing threat continues to move eastward. But as Jeff was mentioning, the threats for high-profile vehicles, you get hit by a wall of wind that strong, and that can really topple those high-profile vehicles over. This is a shot back closer to Aledo. This is our reporter Briseida Holguin. She is just in the last couple of minutes. You've seen the rain die down. There's still a lot of bright lightning there, and it's still pretty gusty, but the worst of those wind gusts are now moving out of Aledo and into Benbrook. So while it is very windy there still, and you can still see the heavy rains, they're starting to get into some of the less windy conditions as those move now into Tarrant County, really along and south of 20. Benbrook is really going to be feeling the brunt of this actively, and headed into Crowley. This is moving into Tarrant County at this point. You can see that lightning lighting up the sky there. Let's take a look back at the radar here, and you can see right where that greatest wind threat is at this point. You'll see some of these brighter greens popping up close to Benbrook there. So that's where we're seeing that strongest wind threat, where we've got upwards of 80 mile per hour wind gusts, 86 sampled by radar there. Of course, that's a little bit higher above the surface, but it's likely that we are seeing some of those winds rushing right down to the surface, upwards of 80 miles per hour. There's where the strongest winds are. Dirks Road, Bryant Irvin Road, Southwest Boulevard, Southwest Loop 820. We've got Primrose, Risinger Road there, Hewlin Street, Mazzell. This is on your doorstep. Edgecliff Village, Belt Junction. We're sampling 70 to 80 mile per hour winds right in this area. Jeff, can we throw a tracker back on this? It is still traveling eastward about 45 miles per hour through Tarrant County, and that Boeing segment is going to be a big threat all through Tarrant County, and we'll have to see how much strength it maintains as it continues that eastward track, pushing closer to places like Arlington and into Dallas County. Of course, moving through a very highly populated area. So this is going to impact spots like Crowley, Garden Acres, Everman, Kennedale, Forest Hill, Belt Junction. This arrives in 5 minutes, 11:39. Moselle, 11:39. Westover Hills, Crowley, 11:39. Edgecliff Village, 11:39. Lytle, 11:40. Garden Acres, 11:44. Everman, 11:44. Oak Grove, 11:45. Forest Hill, you're looking at 11:46. And then downstream of that, Kennedale, it pushes in toward your area. Once again, Kennedale, 11:49 there. But this heads eventually close to Dallas County. So that's something we'll watch as it moves through Tarrant. How much strength does it maintain? And we've seen this hold together, those very strong wind gusts for two counties as it moves through Palo Pinto, through Parker County, and now really picking up some of that strength as this pushes into Tarrant County. Benbrook is really dealing with some of those very strong wind gusts, and we've still got heavy rain. Take a look at this reflectivity scan. We have this line of storms diving south. This started along the Red River. This is actively moving through Dallas County. This will head into Ellis County. This heads into portions of Johnson County. This continues to move to the south, eventually making its way toward Italy, Corsicana. And then we have this cluster back off to our west that is moving west to east. So these are starting to come together, and I think they'll start to form more of that line as they continue that southeastward movement. So Jeff, what I wonder with this Boeing segment in Tarrant County is if that starts to take a more southeastward trajectory as this starts to get closer to Dallas County.
Well, you know, this is a monster cell that's over Dallas County, and it's starting to cold pool. And so what I suspect, and McKenna is seeing the same thing, is that you're going to start getting from the backside of it some winds coming out of the northeast. and that's going to start feeding into this same cell that's coming in from the west. So we could start seeing this thing kind of orientate itself more south from the southwest to the northeast, but the winds will stay very strong because it's going to interact with some of the outflows from the cells that are over Dallas. This is a tremendous rain event on top of it, tremendous lightning event on top of it. But right now, I know we've talked a lot about what's going on in the Benbrook area, but the reasons are for obvious. Everybody is dealing with very dangerous driving conditions with the heavy rain and the winds whipping everywhere. But the strongest winds, the 70 to 80 mile per hour winds, are moving over Benbrook now, Benbrook Lake area, the west side of the 820 loop, and it's going to move right into Forest Hill and Everman there at 35 and 820. So this is a very highly populated area. There's not a place, it seems, where there's not a building, and that is all going to get struck by these powerful winds that look like the worst of it over Benbrook, moving down 20, headed in towards 35. You know that stretch well if you live in Tarrant County. This is where the strongest winds are going to be. So the characteristic might change a little bit, McKenna, here over the next 30 minutes, but I do suspect these strong winds will continue their march across Tarrant County.
Yeah, and it's really just south of Fort Worth where we've got those incredibly strong wind gusts. Fort Worth, it's still going to be windy there, and then it's just south of downtown. The southern half of the 820 loop there that we're seeing some of those strong gusts bowing out of Benbrook in toward Lytle, Forest Hill, Kennedale, going to see some of those strong winds. You see that hole there? That's right where the radar sits, just east of Crowley. And so this is all going to move right toward that area. And that is that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Again, those winds are starting to weaken in places like Weatherford and Aledo. And the immediate threat is for Tarrant County. Benbrook still dealing with those incredibly strong winds, those bright greens that you see in that area, and we're still sampling 75 to 80 mile per hour winds on that velocity scan there as this continues that eastward track. So this is that rotation detector where we're seeing some of those strongest winds: Edgecliff Village, Moselle, Crowley, Garden Acres, and into Oak Grove, Forest Hill, Lindbergh, Handley. You're going to see some of the worst of those winds here shortly as that continues to bow out. We've got both Jason and Mike, and I've got Mike down here in the corner of the screen, and you can see those heavy rains on the road there. He's starting to get in toward some of those strong winds there. So you can see some of that rain blowing across the roadway there. But the strongest of those winds are bowing out ahead of Benbrook. We'll head toward Belt Junction, Edgecliff Village, Forest Hill. So this is places like Trail Lake Drive, Alta Mesa Road, Alta Mesa Boulevard there, the 820 Loop, Seminary Drive, 6th Avenue. We've got South Freeway there, Risinger Road, Everman Parkway. That is all headed your way. Hewlin Street, Trail Lake Drive there as this continues that eastward movement. Here's a look at Mike's shot there as he travels along 20 and is headed close to, looking like he's going to intersect with the 820 loop here shortly.
He's getting closer and closer to the back edge of the strongest winds.
Yeah, and you can see some of those strong winds in the area that he's in, blowing across the highway there. Heavy, heavy rains. Fuzzy shot there just because of how much rain, the lower visibility in that area. But we have picked up an insane amount of rain in this area in a very short period of time. So you can see people off to the sides pulled off there. Just really, really heavy rains moving through this area. And again, as Jeff was mentioning, he's just getting on the back end of that heavy rain. So he's headed into Benbrook. There he is on radar. He and Jason both are moving right in the same spot there, headed in toward Benbrook and just south of Westland there. Edgecliff Village, you're going to start to pick up on the worst of those winds here in the next few minutes. Moselle and Crowley as well. And then this continues that eastward momentum. We've got places like downtown Fort Worth where it will still be very windy. The worst of the winds are in that Boeing segment there, but still some gusty winds headed into Fort Worth. That's still an area that is included in that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. If you do live downstream of this, in that destructive warned area, it's a good idea to get into that interior room away from windows. We do worry about debris, downed power lines, downed trees, branches, all things to be especially mindful of in that warned area. That wall of winds can really force things, knock things over. And then something you'll want to be mindful of as we wake up tomorrow morning. As the sun comes up and cleanup efforts are being made there, you'll want to watch for those downed power lines, leftover water on the roads. You want to avoid that if you don't know how deep it is, but watch for that debris as you head out into tomorrow morning. We've already seen some of those reports back close to Mineral Wells, where we've seen reports of, and I've seen pictures of roofs being blown off buildings. We've seen a couple of those reports. So keep that in mind as you head out. Watch for branches and watch for those downed power lines, especially as you head out. But Benbrook, you're dealing with some of those strong winds. This will head toward Mansfield. And this is really the southern half of Tarrant County that we are seeing the worst of those winds. Dallas County is under that flash flood warning. So is a portion of Tarrant County. Dallas County is dealing with that storm cluster that's headed more southeastward. Meanwhile, Tarrant County is dealing with a storm that's been rushing west to east. And they're starting to meet together as this cold front is moving into North Texas and just pushing this all through our area, kind of in that east-southeastward fashion, depending on what area of the line that you're looking at. But places like Weatherford, while you are still dealing with rain and lightning, you're mostly in the clear from that severe weather threat. And in areas north of the Metroplex, you're in the clear as well. You're still left with some heavy rains, and you are still left with some flash flood warnings. But as far as that severe wind threat, that is now to the south of you. That is impacting Tarrant, Dallas, Kaufman counties. That continues south. So this continues into Ellis County. Corsicana, you are just clipped by a severe thunderstorm warning that is downstream. What's to come? That includes Gun Barrel City, Toole, Italy, Waxahachie, and Midlothian. And then we've got this cluster that we'll have to continue to watch very closely. What Jeff is circling there, you got some strong winds kind of bowing out in that region. And then again, this is the worst that we are seeing right now, where we've got upwards of 80-mile-per-hour gusts right out over Benbrook and pushing in toward Edgecliff Village. Now, again, this is getting close to the radar site, so we'll get a little bit of a block in that reflectivity value and that velocity value there. But Edgecliff Village, you're seeing some of those very strong wind gusts as these rush east into Forest Hill, Moselle, Everman, Garden Acres, Oak Grove, Crowley. You're starting to pick up on some of those very strong winds in that region. Jeff, are we still seeing 80-mile-per-hour winds right through there?
It seems to come down, but you know, that might be an illusion because it's now getting more parallel to the radar site, not coming right at the radar site. So that kind of diminishes the higher end of the reading. But I think the formation still suggests a bowing segment. Let's try to get Jason McLaughlin on the line, and he's going to really talk about the big problem in the wake of all this, which is you get this a gush of rain and then you get some flooding. Jason, what type of flooding have you been seeing?
Hey there, Jeff. So, like we talked about all night, we kind of have these breaks, and right now you kind of hear the water splashing off the tires here. Back towards Weatherford, driving normal. You know, the rain was falling, hit an intersection that was dark. All of a sudden, my car was down in 2 feet of water.
Oh.
It was probably for 15 yards or so, 15, 20 yards. I was able to barely get through it. You know, alternator, everything making this noise. It came out of nowhere. And that's the type of rain that's happening. It's not taking long. It's quickly accumulating on the roadway, and the wind's just making matters worse.
Yeah, so that's Jason McLaughlin, you know, an experienced storm spotter. What has happened is that he's on a side road. He's driving, trying to get to the interstate. He runs into 2-foot deep water in a basically welled up there on the road that he was going across. That is going to be the story here for the rest of the night. You're going to have these areas of standing water on the roads. This is going to go on for hours because of all the heavy rain that's happened now, and then the moderate rain that follows it that goes on for hours. Also keep in mind that Jason and Mike and Braceda are all doing the same thing. They're behind the major wind that was on the leading edge, and they're still in the washer machine. They're still in this just tumultuous wind and very heavy rain, making for very poor driving conditions, dangerous driving conditions, while the worst of the winds are ahead of them, still producing perhaps as much as 80-mile-per-hour winds. It's hard to tell, McKenna. Have we had any reports here just in the last 5 minutes? Is it moving over a highly populated area in southern Tarrant County, of the winds still being that strong that we're coming out of the Aledo area?
Yeah, and I'm kind of trolling the social platforms and looking around for some of that. So far, all I've seen is really back through Parker and Palo Pinto counties, where we really saw that Boeing segment back through Weatherford. We've seen the roof that was down in Mineral Wells. What's hard at this point is it is dark out, but as Jeff is mentioning, this is a very highly populated area, so you would expect to see some of those damage reports as it does move through Tarrant County, the south sides, the southern half of Tarrant County, and then eventually into Dallas County. We've got those warnings. I think at this point, Jeff, do we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Dallas County?
It looks like it is just flood warnings for Dallas County.
For Dallas. And so what we'll have to watch is how that maintains its eastward momentum, that storm line that is moving through Tarrant County. Does that arrive in Dallas County, or does that start to take a southeastward trajectory as these really start to meet together?
Yeah, I don't think it is.
There.
So it's going to run right into the heavy rain, and the winds will diminish. In fact, I believe if we look at reflectivity, I was saying earlier it's happening, it's going more parallel to it, but these winds might be coming down. Still dangerous, but not the 80-mile-per-hour winds we were seeing entering over the county line from Parker County.
Yeah. And what we'll continue to watch is that eastward trajectory. Again, as this moves right through the Metroplex, we've got strong winds moving into Waxahachie, which is under a severe thunderstorm warning. The destructive warning is in Tarrant County. And then we've got that severe thunderstorm warning, which is a large area. This includes Ellis County. That's in effect until 12:30. So for at least the next 45 minutes as that continues to move to the southeast, down more southerly at this point. But Palmer dealing with some strong winds there. Ennis will start to see those. Gun Barrel City, Toole, Corsicana eventually, and Midlothian seeing some strong winds, but not maybe quite as strong as what we've got in this more Boeing segment right through there. And then a whole lot of lightning stretching from Parker County back through the Metroplex and off into East Texas, clear into Mineola and beyond up along the Red River. But heavy, heavy rains that are working right through the Metroplex. We have that flood warning that you see in the green, that turquoise box there. That's for Cullinan and Denton counties. That's also for Dallas and Tarrant counties. Take a look at that wind signature right there. You can see right where that gray in the middle of the reds and the greens there, that is pushing out of Cleburne. This is headed in toward Parker, Rio Vista, Covington, Grandview, Antioch, Cuba there. We have an incredibly strong wind signature right through that area. This is that wall of straight line winds. What Jeff is circling is kind of some of that inflow on the northern end of that Boeing segment. We'll watch that just east of Cleburne. What we've seen, and you can kind of see a little bit of a hook there, is we've seen some rotation develop in these spots, and it's short-lived rotation generally because that Boeing segment, the strong winds kind of start to overtake it. But we have seen a couple of tornado warnings through the course of the evening, and we'll watch that area closely east of Cleburne and then downstream Rio Vista and in toward Bloom as that continues to rush, that wall of wind right through that area. Parker going to pick up on some of that. Oak Hill dealing with some really strong winds in that area as well. And then the heavy rains are still on the way. So those will head toward the 35 corridor south of Grandview and passing over Covington. That is a severe thunderstorm warned area. That's not a destructive warning, but for Johnson County, that is that severe thunderstorm threat until midnight tonight. That also includes Hill County. We're talking Johnson County as well. So in that area, that's that wind threat of upwards of 60 plus miles per hour. And we are seeing heavy, heavy rains that are moving right through this region. What's to the north of it has resulted in flash flood warnings. We saw the flooding through Capel. And at this point, let's go ahead and take Jason McLaughlin's shot. You can see heavy, heavy rains that are moving. This is on the west sides of Tarrant County. You can see that there. hard to see much out there, but he's still dealing with some heavy rains moving through that area. Jeff, where is he at this point in Tarrant County?
I'm sorry, I was trying to see if this problem down to the south in Johnson County was going to materialize, but you can see our storm spotters are trying to just follow this heavy rain that is now just encompassing across parts of southern Tarrant County. They have released the area from a thunderstorm, destructive thunderstorm warning, and with the heavy rains now approaching both the 35 corridor engulfing that area and now heading towards Duncanville and Dallas County, which has already seen heavy rain. I think we'll continue to see this morph into more of just an urban flooding threat here across the rest of the night.
Yeah, I think that's something we'll have to watch very closely. As Jeff is mentioning, we saw it in Capel. In fact, if we can get that video pulled up here in just the next couple of minutes, this is close to a creek in Capel. And so, of course, you're going to see some of those higher rises. But this is some of that flooding video that we had from just about 30 minutes ago. Close to a stream there. So, of course, you see some of those higher rises, but this is under that flash flood warning in that area. And so you see those flash flood warnings in effect until about 2:30 in the morning. And the reason for that is because you can still see those continuous rises to the rivers, to the creeks as that rain passes. And so we'll watch those areas. We'll watch downstream to see if we get additional flash flood warnings that are issued over the next couple of hours as this threat all continues to move down to the south and down to the southeast. But we have seen a whole lot of rain that has included the Metroplex, and that's what you see right there in Capel. This is a look at Briseida shot a reporter. It looks like she just passed Camp Bowie Boulevard. So traveling through Fort Worth. Okay, and do we know where she is, Julie? It looks like, is she on 30? Okay, so she's headed into downtown Fort Worth on 30, headed, did you say west, Julie? Headed east. Okay, headed east into downtown Fort Worth. I see that now. Okay. And so you can see the heavy rain. You can still see the water blowing across the road. And look at that lightning strike. Very bright lightning strike there on the camera. Not a lot of people on the roads, which is good news. You don't want to be out in this if you can avoid it. Yeah, this is Briseida out headed into downtown Fort Worth. So again, this heavy rains moving over 30. And you can see a little bit of that ponding over there on the shoulder too, if you look really closely, but it's still raining hard enough that visibility is pretty low. Briseida, if you can hear us, just walk us through what you've seen as you've traveled out of Aledo and are headed back into Fort Worth.
Hey, McKenna, the rain is intense. You can hear just how loud it is as we're traveling over to Fort Worth. Another thing is the lightning continues to be nonstop. One thing I'm seeing from drivers is they are taking precaution, having their emergency lights on as they maneuver through this weather. I will say there is ponding water in certain areas, so you're going to want to take it really slow if you're out on the road. Take a look at where we're driving through right now. You can see just how much water is coming down in this area, how much rain we're getting truly. And so folks, you're going to want to get off the road if possible and make it home safe, but also try not to steer off to the road because you don't want to get hit, you don't want to cause an accident. Be careful as you're heading out there. I'll send it back to you guys for now.
Thanks, Briseida, and stay safe out there. Of course, we see a whole lot of water on the roadways as she travels into Fort Worth. We also want to bring you an update on some of those power outages. We've got Amelia Magavero here. And Amelia, can you just walk us through what we're seeing in each of our counties?
Yeah, McKenna, right now, Encore is seeing more than 50,000 people impacted by outages, mostly in North Dallas and Collin counties. Now, I just checked in with my parents. They live up in far North Dallas, and they say they still have power, but obviously these storms, the big aftermath is going to be the power outages, down trees, down power lines. Crews are going to have their hands full when the storm is said and done. The company tells us they do have crews pre-positioned across North Texas tonight, ready to move in and make those repairs when they can. But obviously, they have to wait for that storm to move through before they can make any repairs. Also, on that note, I do want to say when I was looking through social media, Palo Pinto County, the sheriff's office there says that their telephone lines are down and internet services are down, so no one can contact the sheriff's office there directly. But they said that you can still call 911 and get updates as soon as you know anything. So they said that they'll update us if they know something, but they don't know when the repairs are going to be happening. So that's just kind of the worry right now, is those emergency lines. But right now, 911 seems to be working, and that's the good news.
Yeah, and so as Amelia mentioned, Encore reporting over 50,000 power outages. Is that right, Amelia?
Yep, 50,000, mostly in far North Dallas, North Dallas, and Collin counties.
Which we saw really strong winds move throughout that area. On top of that, incredibly heavy rains, really heavy rain rates. We've seen flooding. We've got flash flood warnings for Dallas, Tarrant, Collin, Denton counties. We have seen just really strong winds. I want to pull up our Fort Worth camera right now. I am seeing a whole lot of lightning from that camera. If you watch it for long enough, and you can see just how heavy the rain is, it's really kind of fogging up the view of that camera. But if you watch this for long enough, you'll see that lightning. And this is as kind of the worst of the winds is moving out of Fort Worth. It is still very, very windy there, but the bowing line of those winds is starting to move out of Fort Worth. There you see another lightning strike there. Every so often you'll get several lightning strikes in just a couple seconds span, but it's still raining pretty good out over downtown Fort Worth, and that's the view that you'll see there. There's another lightning strike that you've got over downtown Fort Worth. Fortunately, while there is still some lighter rain back behind this, if we take a look back on the radar, I want to give you a more zoomed out view, Jeff, if we can show people what's back behind all of this line. So notice we've got this that we're dealing with, and then up to the north, it's light rain. You're still going to add to those rain totals over the next couple of hours. But if you're north of Dallas and Tarrant counties, at this point, you're really in the clear from that severe weather threat. You're not looking at that wind or hail threat. You're just going to deal with some light rain for the next little while. But that is where that wind threat lies. Stretches back from Abilene and stretches through places like Johnson and Ellis counties and stretches clear over into East Texas. So we are still dealing with a couple of threats for the Metroplex, but it does look like they've just expired the destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Tarrant County. We do still have a severe thunderstorm warning for Tarrant County for some strong winds. So we're talking 60+ mile-per-hour winds at this point as opposed to 80. But this is continuing to track southward. We've seen that bowing line through Tarrant County starting to meet with what has moved through Dallas County. We've got some really strong winds headed in toward Grandview at this point, and that'll head toward places like Milford and Italy. This is going to cross the 35 corridor right near Grandview here in just the next couple of minutes here. Jeff, anything else that you're seeing out there?
Well, evidently, what has happened is that the big heavy rain that came in along with these very strong winds has collided in with the cold pool that is over Dallas County, the cooled air from all the heavy rain. So it looks like the wind threat over both Dallas and Tarrant County has really dropped rather rapidly. That's the good news. The bad news is that we still have an appendage of that, the southern half of that storm that came in from the west across Parker County with 80-mile-per-hour winds and doing all that damage. The southern part of it is not running into the rain yet, so we're still getting very powerful winds down here. And you can see the contrast between the red and the green. This is in southern Johnson County where the strongest winds are. And you can see that, or we were pointing out just a moment ago, Grandview over into Itasca here very soon. You're going to have these very strong winds. There's very big rains coming in and a lot of lightning, but the big threat has been tonight from the winds on the leading edge, and you can see that that threat remains in southern parts of Johnson County and soon going into Hill County. In fact, there's the new warning issued out just on this wind event, goes to 12:30 for Hill County, and obviously it's in parts of Johnson County as well. So they are expecting that this wind field here kind of moves across this part of Hill County. So that includes the split where we have a lot of, as you know, auto traffic and truck traffic. Even this night with the big winds coming in, there's still a lot of vehicles on the road on 35. That is the wind threat. Now, the other thing to point out is that we're still getting high wind threat from these thunderstorms that are over by Abilene. So that means that we go later in the night into Comanche, over into Bosque County. That could reach there as well. It is only the stuff that is collided in with the stuff that came out of the north, the storms that came out of the north. And I'll tell you what I'll do, McKenna. Let me go back as long as 3 hours ago, and you can explain to people what they're seeing here. I'll go back to 3 hours ago and the two areas that we've been watching.
So we were watching this area up along the Red River. So it stretches, you'll notice, from Bowie back through Sherman and back across the Red River into Oklahoma. And then we had this area back off to the west. So that was for Young County, Stevens County, and back west of our area. And notice as we flash forward over the last, this is 10:30, an hour and a half ago, these are starting to close in on each other. So we've got this hole right here. That's an area that really escaped close to unscathed, places like Decatur. But as these all start to cluster together, we have this line. That was what was up along the Red River, and then we've got this line that was taking that more west to east trajectory through downtown Fort Worth, through Tarrant County. That warning has expired for Tarrant County, and these are merging together at this point. That west to east movement is hitting this line, that Boeing segment that's bringing heavy rains and very strong winds to East Texas, places like Tyler and Athens, back close to Corsicana. That Boeing line is going to continue to bring very strong winds back into East Texas. And this, I think, is just going to merge with all of that activity. It is still producing strong winds, but at this point, those winds through Tarrant County are no longer severe warned. The warnings that we have left over for the Metroplex, we have got flash flood warnings. So if you're north of here, you're done with that severe weather threat. You are still going to deal with that rain periodically as we get through the next couple of hours. It's light rain back behind all of this. So that'll add to your rain totals. But as far as the wind concern, it's not there anymore. And we're not going to be looking at that hail threat for you. We do have that significant wind threat down in this area, just east of Claiborne and just to the southwest of Waxahachie there. That'll head toward places like Italy, and that'll cross the 35 corridor near Grandview there. So that is still a strong line of wind that is moving along that west to east line. And then we've got that strong wind that is moving down into East Texas. So places like Tyler, Texas have that destructive severe thunderstorm warning there, where we've got 70 to 80 mile per hour winds for parts of East Texas. You can see Mike's shot there down in the left corner of your screen. And that's where we've still got some heavy rains. Mike, at this point, is he in Tarrant County still, Jeff?
Let's look. They've been trying to come in from behind it all and showing some of this flooding that's going on. Jason's going to head back to Weatherford, where the flooding and some wind damage is intense. And Mike is starting to go down 35 here just to check in with the high wind event that is going on in parts of southern Johnson County to see if there's been damage down there. But all of our storm chasers are driving in some very persistent rain and flooding conditions being reported just about everywhere. Flood ponding on the roads everywhere. And of course, you know, the steady lightning show that's coming with all of this. But it does look like, as you were saying, McKenna, the severe weather threat is done over both Tarrant and Dallas County. We're still seeing the leading edge of the highest winds now moving over parts of Ellis County and back into Hill County and soon into Navarro County. That's where the strong winds, you know, the possible damaging winds are. But you can see the ground truth from our storm chasers. This is just a steady rain now that is followed back behind that just gush of rain and high winds.
And it looks like this may be on 7th in Fort Worth. Is this Breceda, Julie? Okay, and it looks like I think, yeah, okay, so she's passing the target on 7th in Fort Worth, and that's what's left on the road. So you'll see, if you look closely, you can see some ponding there, but as far as the wind goes, it's a little breezy out there. But you're just in Fort Worth, you're done with the wind threat, fortunately, and you're going to be left with a rain like this for just the next couple of hours. It'll gradually get lighter, but look at all that lightning still that you can see out of the windshield there. Lots of water standing on the roads. Something you'll want to watch for as you head out for your morning drive. By that point, we're not going to be dealing with the rain for most of North Texas, but what we will be watching for is the debris that's left over. Any downed power lines, we'll have to watch for those as the sun starts to come up. I'm not seeing much from Briseda's shot, and that's fortunate. And fortunately, downtown Fort Worth was kind of spared from the very worst of those winds. It was the Benbrook area that we saw some of those very strongest winds in Tarrant County. You can still see people traveling on the roads. If you look off on the shoulder there, you'll see some of that ponding. A couple of minutes ago, one of our producers, Tristan, was mentioning some lightning video that we had in Plano. Julie, do we still have that? We're going to go ahead and pull that up. Most of this is cleared Plano at this point, but this is just, look at that.
Ooh.
Wow. So that's near Plano.
Yeah, that's a strike doing damage.
Frisco is where that viewer
Okay.
caught that video.
So Amelia's telling us it's Plano right near Frisco. You can see that lightning strike really lighting up the sky there. And we've seen a lot of lightning on the map this evening, and we've still got a lot of lightning clearing the Metroplex at this point and headed south of Dallas and Tarrant counties. We've still got hundreds of lightning strikes on the map, stretching from Cleburne off to the east, back through Kaufman, into Mineola, Gilmer, and then up into Mount Pleasant, crossing into East Texas at this point. Heavy rains. This is from Mike's shot. He is traveling down toward Burleson at this point, so he is heading south, moving out of Tarrant County at this point. And what we've got going on right now, we have those Boeing winds south of the Metroplex. We've got Mike near Briar Oaks there. And then, Jeff, what I want to show back off to the west, we've got some kind of supercell type development that is moving through Eastland County, and it's just circling. So you'll notice a couple of warnings there. This is along 20 through Eastland County. That'll head into a portion of Palo Pinto County. They really start to weaken, though, as they move into Palo Pinto County. They're running into an overworked environment. We've seen a whole lot of rain, a whole lot of thunderstorm activity in that area. So see each of these individual cells developing, and they're riding really right along our cold front. And so as they ride along that boundary, they rush into all of this. And by the time they push into Palo Pinto County, notice that's a much weaker storm by that point. So there'll be spots to watch. But overall, Jeff, I just don't see much of a severe weather threat for our area from this activity. What do you think?
No, by the time it gets here, if it does continue that little hook up towards the northeast that you see this trio or quad storms doing, actually, I guess there's 5 cells doing that now, they're going to run right into some rain-cooled air. They would have to be traveling more towards the southeast and stay into that warm, unmixed air, untroubled air as so far this evening to continue to have any power. That's what we're seeing down here across Hill County, across parts of Navarro County. This is the area that still hasn't been worked over at all. In fact, there haven't been any storms down south of this line as of yet this evening. So we're going to see them still pack a pretty good punch. When I change over to velocity, you can see the bright greens, that rolling wind that's ahead of the storm that is moving over Italy now and over Malakoff and Athens and Corsicana. You're going to be in these really strong winds. The warning is out till 12:30 for 60-mile-per-hour winds, I believe. And that is also being part of this system, the merging of those cells coming from the west to the north together. You can see over by Grandview and Itasca, that is some strong winds that are going to move over the 35 split. That's pretty much where I think, McKenna, the last of the wind threat's going to be tonight. The rest of the area, we're just going to be dealing with these persistent rains that will continue for a while. Yeah,
those Boeing segments, as Jeff is mentioning, crossing 35. We'll bring you up to date on some of the damage that we've got. I'm checking out some of our reports up in Hopkins County. So this is northeast of the Metroplex. This is south of the Red River, so south of Paris. This is near Cumbie. We've got a report of a tree that has fallen onto a home there, causing damage to a roof. We, of course, talked about some of that roof damage, that metal roof that had been blown off through mineral wells. We were talking to Jason a little bit earlier, and he was talking about some of the debris that he was seeing out on the roads, things like branches, which are expected when you're dealing with winds 70 to 80 miles per hour. And then you've got that Boeing segment, so you still got that severe wind threat, but that's for East Texas, so that's moving out of our area. We've still got some strong winds through here, Athens and Corsicana, pushing out of Ennis at this point, and then that wind threat that Jeff was highlighting crossing the 35 corridor there near Hillsborough and Italy, and then pushing in toward Waxahachie. So the Metroplex, we are in the clear of the severe thunderstorm warnings. We're left with some of those flash flood warnings. I want to bring Amelia back in here. Amelia, can you give us an update? You told us about some of those power outages. Is there any update there, or do things still generally look the same?
Yeah, I was looking at Encore's outage map. Right now, it's still looking around that 50,000 mark. It's hard to tell specifically if there's been any, because they go in such large numbers, so it doesn't appear that the number has changed dramatically, but we're talking in the thousands, and it's mainly in that Collin County area and North Dallas. So that's where we're seeing the most. But I mean, it's all over the map. It's lighting up the map. So everywhere is affected, but just the higher numbers are in that area.
Totally. Thanks, Amelia. And we've been keeping an eye on that. We've seen emergency management reports earlier up along the Red River where we had upwards of 50% of towns without power. Some of those smaller towns up along the Red River, but in those spots where we've seen some of those strongest straight line winds, that can really take down a couple of power lines and cause impacts to large swaths of counties and of cities. Right now, as we take a live look from our tower camera here, you can see all of the rain on the tower camera. Heavy rains over Fort Worth, lowered visibility, and if you watch for long enough, we are still seeing, there we go, some pretty frequent lightning there. I want to take a look back on the radar. Jeff Scott pulled up here. This is our severe thunderstorm watch, and all of North Texas was included in this a little bit earlier this evening. But notice they've started to trim that severe thunderstorm watch. Anywhere in the pink, you're still under that watch. We played a little bit safe here. Dallas and Tarrant counties still included in that watch, but I expect to see that portion get trimmed back as well here shortly. But our northern counties no longer included in that severe thunderstorm watch. We were walking you through this. You are in the clear from that severe weather threat. If you live north of 20, really, for the most part, you're in the clear if you live north of 20. The exception will be off to the far west there, where we've still got a couple of supercells trying to develop, just not really maintaining their strength real well as they ride along that cold front into a very overworked atmosphere. But generally along the Metroplex and up to the north, you're in the clear. It is East Texas that we're going to continue to watch for those severe weather threats. That moves out of our coverage area. This is for places like Athens, Toole, Corsicana, and then back close to places like Waxahachie, where we've still got a bit of a wind threat there and pushing in toward Italy. Navarro County, you've got that severe thunderstorm warning till 12:30. Same story for Ellis County. And then we've got that severe thunderstorm warning also back off to the west of there. So this stretches from Cleburne through Waxahachie, Gun Barrel City. This stretches into Van Zandt County, so includes places like Canton and Van. And this is all at this point south of the Metroplex. You can still see a little bit of a Boeing segment there, bringing those strong winds through the area. But it's a weakening threat. What's happening is the cold front's moving through, but we're also into these late night hours. It's losing a lot of that daytime heating, and so we're starting to see a lot of that line weaken. But as Jeff was talking about a little bit earlier, what we've seen with some of these really heavy rain rates is just a sign of those high dew points, a result, I should say, of those high dew points in the upper 70s. It was muggy out there, and that tells you how much moisture is in the air. On top of that, we're picking up all of this moisture out of that southeasterly flow off of the Gulf. That moisture in the air adds to those rain totals, and we get that lift from the cold front, and that just dumps huge amounts of rain in a very short period of time. You can see in those yellows, that's where we've got rain totals in excess of 2 inches. And in fact, we've got some oranges starting to pop up there too, where we're pushing 3 inches of rain east of Frisco, 2.5 inches of rain for the southwest sides of Dallas County, 2.5 inches of rain just south of downtown Dallas. So on top of that strong wind event, we have also seen incredible rain totals over the last couple of hours here. And most of this fell in a short period of time, 30 to 45 minutes. And so that's why we are seeing some of that flooding through the area. And at this point, we've got that flood threat will continue to move to the south. But it does look like we're seeing a weaker line than what moved through the Metroplex, Jeff.
Yeah, notice everything blue there because, you know, what we show you in these lightning fields is where the positive strikes are, and the negative ones are the weaker ones. The positive strikes are the stronger ones, and they're usually associated with the stronger thunderstorms, especially ones that have these monster updrafts and are bringing that ice way up into the atmosphere. And all we're seeing now are negative. Now, we still have warnings out, and we're very concerned about 50, 60 mile per hour winds coming out on these thunderstorms that are over all the way stretching from Midlothian and Waxahachie, actually from Cleburne and Joshua and off to the east, Gun Barrel City, over into Van and Lindale. You're getting some very strong winds. You're getting a lot of lightning and just a pouring rain along with all that. Fortunately, now we're into Monday. We've crossed the midnight hour. Very few people out on the roads, especially in the less urban areas where now these thunderstorms are moving. We still have a persistent rain going on over the Metroplex. Now, none of this is severe. There's some robust convection that, as you can see, is moving over from Bedford over into Duncanville, soon to be in Irving, and in downtown Dallas. This is some lightning with it as well. And this is another shot of some brief heavy rain. You can see it's over in Grapevine and over Bedford and Euless area. But I can show you just in the last 30 minutes how that has really kind of lost its punch as well. And a lot of reasons for that is that it is surrounded by rain-cooled air. So it loses a lot of its ability to keep dynamic as we are in the cold pool that is sitting over this cold pool of air that's sitting over the Metroplex. Like we were saying, the severe weather threat is done for the Metroplex. The severe weather threat is marginal over parts of Johnson and Ellis County. This is still weather you're certainly going to want to be inside for, but this does not pack the punch that we were seeing coming in from the west or earlier today from the north, McKenna. That's when these storms were the strongest. And as you were saying, we're getting deeper in the night, less daytime heating now left of that pool of 70 plus dew point air that got up into the 90s. So that warm, humid air that caused all that instability in the atmosphere, we're losing that, feeding the storms. So we'll continue to watch this weakening trend over the next couple of hours, I believe, even though the storms are moving into undisturbed air to the south.
Yeah, it is undisturbed air, and typically what we see when those storms move into undisturbed air during the daytime is they really can pack a punch, and they still are strong storms moving through this area, but we are getting into the nighttime hours. Daytime heating is one of those primary ingredients that you need to maintain some of that instability and that storm intensity. So it's a weakening trend. It's still a Boeing line moving into East Texas. That's where you'll see that destructive severe thunderstorm warning for places like Tyler, Jacksonville, Rusk, and Henderson. But it's back through our counties. You'll notice we've still got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings stretching from Athens through Corsicana out of Ennis. But it's on that weakening trend. What you're dealing with is
the line is.
Yeah, really heavy rains and a lot of lightning. But as far as the wind threat goes, you've got those pockets of wind gusts, I think, at this point along that line. You still got some fairly strong winds crossing 35 near Italy. That's an area we've watched for quite some time. That's a strong line of winds there. Maypearl, still 70 mile per hour winds northeast of Grandview. That heads toward Italy and will cross the 35 corridor here shortly. So still some strong winds there. There's still storms packing a punch. It's just not quite what it was a little bit earlier. I want to zoom out here, Jeff. Let's give people the rundown of what's left and what's to come. So here's our wide radar view. If you live in the Metroplex, if you live in Dallas or Tarrant counties or north of the Metroplex up along the Red River, you are in the clear from this severe weather threat. I expect you'll be trimmed from the severe thunderstorm watch by the Storm Prediction Center here shortly. The severe weather threat is now south of the Metroplex, south of Dallas and and Tarrant counties still includes places like Waxahachie, portions of Ellis, Johnson counties, and then back off to the southeast, where we've got a line of severe thunderstorm warnings still dealing with some strong winds. Then as we take a look back off to the east near Eastland County, these are supercells that are coming out of Abilene, and what they're doing is they're riding right along our cold front, which sits right close to the 20 corridor. Now notice over the last couple of radar scans, they try to maintain their strength, but they start to push in toward Palo Pinto County, and notice how they just lose that steam and they really weaken. What is happening is it's now nighttime and they are running into an incredibly overworked atmosphere. We've seen heavy rains here, so we've got a cold pool. We have that rain cooled air, and they don't have the instability that they need to maintain that strength. So I'm not real worried about this. This is still strong winds moving into Eastland County. Eastland County, you're not in the clear. That'll be a spot to really stay weather aware the next couple of hours as those supercells continue to ride along that front, and really not even for the next couple of hours, just as the front passes. And then this area here where we've still got winds near that severe level threat, close to Italy, near Milford, right where that meets the 35 corridor. So be mindful in these areas as this storm threat continues to move down to the south. We'll watch it closely. We've still got a couple of warnings on the map south of the Metroplex. Of course, we'll be back up on the stream as needed if additional warnings are issued. But again, for Dallas and for Tarrant counties, what we have is that flood threat. We've got that flash flood warning in effect. We do still have rain. It is still raining out there. You're still hearing the thunder. You're still seeing the lightning. But as far as the severe threat is concerned, that has ended for Dallas and Tarrant counties and spots to the north. You'll be left with that rain, a fairly steady rain the next couple of hours. This will all clear as we get into those early Monday morning hours. And then as far as what's to come for the rest of the 7-day period, it's active. We do have storm threats just about every day. And so the First Alert Weather Team will bring you up to date of all of those storm threats and when we've got those severe weather threats. So make sure you are staying weather aware. We're getting into the end of severe weather season here in North Texas, but it's not over just yet. So we'll continue to watch this spot here right near 35, close to Italy, and we'll keep you up to date as we get through this evening. But again, Dallas, Tarrant counties, the Metroplex, we're in the clear from that. So we'll keep an eye on it, and we'll be here the rest of this evening as this continues to move to the south. We're going to pull up Mike Prendergast here, and we'll leave you with that shot. You'll see him driving through just
East in
south.
Johnson County.
There we go, Johnson County.